Yes, indeed. Welcome. I love that video. Drew did so well with that. Drew, I'm so glad you're here. You did a great job, man. Again, thank you. Amazing work. Awesome. And welcome, everybody, to a Saturday stream. It is August 15th. We are officially midway through August. It is true. It is 100% the case. Wait a minute. Why is that not there? 1 second. Oh, I turned the wrong thing off. That's why. Yeah, you did so well with it. It looks really great, and I am really grateful to you for that. It looks awesome, and I am super excited to welcome everybody to a Saturday stream and to day 2 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen, an episode that we are calling today Funeral for a Friend, with apologies to Elton John. Very excited for this, and very excited to see what everyone gets up to, as we will discuss in just a moment. But before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you have not done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ARV2, but if you are following me over there, thank you. Right now I've got some people rolling dice in Roll20, so 1 second. I'm just going to shut that off for a minute. Yes, so again, please do follow me over on YouTube. Please subscribe to me on YouTube. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps us out. And we are going to be trying to continue to build that and build those numbers as they have been built, actually, but continue to build those subscriber numbers as we go along, so please do that. Our Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky is !ArvSky. Please follow me over there. And our website for this is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. Trying to build that up back into triple digits. We're going to try to make some changes in that. Just about to the point where I'll be able to focus my attention on that. I have some things happening, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment when I bring the crew in, but it will be related to something that Triffid will know, so I will talk a little bit about that in just a moment. Please remind me, Triffid, if I don't, but I think I'll be able to remember by the time we get started. So there's that. Obviously subbing to the channel gives you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, which is really awesome, so please do that if you can. Plus, it gives you inspirations to help our tabletop players, as does supporting the Patreon at a higher tier. On the publishing front, Icarus is my graphic novel. Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook. And Greyshade, that's my Greyshade IP. Greyshade Renegade and Heretic is the Grey Assassin trilogy, available at that link. You can get critically acclaimed, award-winning. You can get those books there. You can also get the audiobooks of Greyshade Renegade and Heretic at that link from our very own Trent Sparks. And you can get you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming to you from our designer Brandon O'Brien, and you're going to see more from Trent and from Brandon in just a minute. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message that we're going to do so for others in that situation in the future. Also, continued love to the people of Minnesota, specifically Minneapolis, the people of Biddeford, Maine, the people of Newark, New Jersey, the people of Memphis, Tennessee, all those battling against federal occupation and invasion, again, with bravery and courage and setting the standard for all of us. We see you, we love you, please keep it up, and thank you for everything that you do. Quick note on schedule, we've got Dragonlance coming on tonight. Then tomorrow, Sunday, we will have more of the 13th Icon with the Community D&D with Prince Justin's Court. Very excited for that, starting tomorrow afternoon. We'll be off on Monday. Tuesday, I will be back at 10:30 a.m. Please note the earlier start time for Dragon Bane, and I am looking forward to that. And then we will have at 2 p.m. Eastern, from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, we will have over on GOG.com one of our last sessions of By the Dice Roll with Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Not one of our last sessions overall with By the Dice Roll. It's just that campaign of Ghosts of Saltmarsh is coming to an end pretty soon. So that is going to be over on GOG. And then I don't have final confirmation on this yet, but I believe the Arvocalist either tomorrow or Tuesday night, hopefully, or I shouldn't say tomorrow, Tuesday or the following Tuesday night. Hopefully Tuesday the 18th would be a little bit better, but we'll see. We'll have another session of Citizen Sleeper 2, so I'm excited for that with the amazing Arvocalist. Then on Wednesday, we will be I believe Wednesday we are back with Community D&D with Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which is very cool. And then Thursday is a little bit up in the air because it's either going to be Gloomhaven with myself and Zach Clay. Either Gloomhaven with myself and Zach Clay, or it is going to be me doing the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. And if it is Gloomhaven, then Patreon Chat Chosen Game of the Month is going to be pushed to the following Tuesday. Unless on that following Tuesday, I'm doing game book illustrations with Tari Tunes, in which case the Patreon Field Chat Chasing Game of the Month will get pushed to September, and we'll end up doing 2 in the month of September. This is what happens when you have sort of like the last month of summer with scheduling and things like that, but things will settle down in September. But for sure, we've got Dragonlance tonight, 13th Icon tomorrow, and then Dragonbane and By the Dice Roll with Ghosts of Saltmarsh on Tuesday. So that for sure we've got going on without a doubt. All right, with all that said, I am going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone that I interrupted because I could not hear them. And then I'm going to
I'll
unmute
forgive you, I guess.
And by last but certainly not least, that's okay, Triffin. I'm going to talk to you about that right now as I move over to reveal the crew. They are here. We are prepared. I apologize, by the way. We were ready to start, and then my OBS would not start, and I had to reinstall drivers, and it was a pain, but we did it. We all had some tech things. All of us had a couple of tech things we had to deal with, some more difficult than others, but we are all here and ready to go. So the one note that I wanted to make, Triffid, that I was going to have you remind me of is one of the things that I'm doing early next week is I'm going to be chatting with the incredible web guru known as Craigery. Hey, what's up, Golden Drake? Good to see you. How you doing, Golden Drake? Craigery, who is the web guru that has put together many things, including the pages for various podcasts. So I'm saving that for this group because on Monday, I will be finalizing some details with him so that we can have both the 13th Icon will have its own separate podcast page on my website, as the other ones exist. But also, I'm happy to say that we are going to be launching an audio podcast of this campaign of Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen. I did this for Curse of Strahd. I did not do this for Eberron because it would have been, frankly, cost prohibitive and a lot of other things. But we are going to be launching it. So we will have a separate page for that, which means that there will be audio versions of this in addition to the video versions people watch on YouTube and stuff like that. So just be aware of that. And if you're like, that sounds amazing, how would I find out more? I'm glad you asked. You can check that out on my website, arvineleron.com. And again, I will know more about the specific feed, web address, and all that stuff once I've had a chance to chat with Craigery on Monday. So I am good to go with that. And the other nice thing about this is that unlike Curse of Strahd, which was running about like Trent and John may remember, like 6 months behind the video at least. Like it was a long way. This is not that case. This means that our first session of Dragonlance would probably be going live late this coming week. So we would only be about a week off, which is the way we want it. We want people here live, and then if people can't get it, then they go to see it, and if they can't see it, then they can listen to it a week after. So that's the plan. So anyway, that's what's going on, and I'm very excited for it. But I am most excited tonight to introduce, as always, the amazing players here. I will begin with the gentleman to the left of this five-headed dragon queen, which I'm sure is, not at all predictive of what might happen in the campaign. And that is, especially since now that it occurs to me that Trent and John already sort of dealt with this freaking five-headed queen in another adventure. You'd think that would have been it. But anyway, not so easy to keep a good dragon queen down. But it's good to see Trent Sparks here. I hope you're doing well, Trent. How's everything with you and your neck of the woods and all that? And who are you playing in this campaign this evening?
What?
That's it. That's the guy.
That's it.
We should have just named him What. That would have been
probably.
Yeah.
And then we go, what?
What? Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. No.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. That would... It's like who's on first, but everything is what. Anyway, so...
yeah.
Except he would eventually be like, just throw everything off. Yeah, I'm, like he said, that guy down there said, I'm Trent Sparks. I'm a professional person who talks.
Voice narrator.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That thing, the guy
that
dude,
does the stuff.
Yeah.
the man.
Absolutely. So and I'm playing a really, really stupid minotaur named Cake, who is going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And who reflected the quality of a character like Cake by baseball swinging one of the creatures that you fought into next week, and then bear hugging, well, minotaur hugging, I guess, Vess. So you know,
yeah, and in that creature's defense, it was a very bad dragon.
oh,
I knew that.
yeah,
I knew that
bad
to my
dragon,
very, very, very core. I knew that.
absolutely, yeah.
But back to the like talking professionally thing. I had mentioned that that part 2 of
Oh yeah,
the werewolf narration for Pseudopod
Mhm.
would be going live yesterday, and it did. And I'm going to paste the excuse me, see, when I try to get into character, I get into character.
you have to
and
get your character a little later, just in time
yeah,
to cover this.
I need to delay that
It's like
that
it's like watching Flowers for Algernon at double speed. I mean, I don't really need it. Sorry, too soon.
Maybe. I mean, how old is Flowers for Algernon, really?
It's
Wow.
one of the most brutally and beautifully written stories, by the way.
Yeah,
Flowers for
absolutely.
Algernon.
Yep.
Oh my God.
See, and
God.
being that I'm already getting into Cake's mentality, I immediately think of Flowers from Ferdinand, and it's just a beautiful thing.
That's a very
that whatever that story is.
whatever that was. And I'm happy to say that it looks like Pseudopod is this time up and running as opposed to last
Yes,
time we
it
clicked on
is.
it, so that's good.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Trent. Excited to see what Kate gets up to today. Excited to hear what Marie's character gets up to today as well. It is Marie Bilodeau, who is the winner of, I don't know if you had this last Saturday, but if not, we didn't talk about it enough, a Shiny New Aurora Award for CanCon. As I talked about, all they had to do is just re-enter the field, and instantaneously they just, Marie just like kicked a few people in the face and grabbed the Auroras like, this is ours, so I didn't think Canadians, were okay with dominating the field as much as this, Marie, but it feels like you just wanted to do that. So congratulations
Have you
on the
seen
Aurora.
the Stanley Cup playoffs?
I was
Yeah,
about
yes.
to say that, yeah.
I think that's
We'll
the
be
sore
polite
subject with the
about it,
Canadians.
but-
Well, we
Mm.
have to talk about when the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup. Anyway,
Mm,
that's
mm.
sore subject. How are you doing, Marie? And who are you playing today?
I'm good, thank you. Yes, we won the Aurora Awards for CanCon, so that is our 4th win after recusing ourselves for 2 years because we'd won 3 times in a row, and we're like, okay, break. And then we came back
Now we're
on
back.
because we moved, and now we won again. So we'll see when the team wants to recuse again. But yes, it's a great honor. We're excited. I have the best crew ever. But speaking of hockey, Rogers Communication, we have a duopoly like in the monopoly for
Right.
our internet. It's Bell and Roger. And Roger has the rights to the NHL games, and they've just killed CBC's, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, Hockey Night in Canada, which is like an institution.
That's a thing. Yeah. Yeah.
They killed the free game. So we had the Rogers internet care was like, we have to change it. I'm like, okay, like there's a lot going on right now, but yes, we'll prioritize that. So I called while we're dealing with the basement, getting the sump pump. Now we need a whole new electrical panel, like new furnace. Like it's been a good time. So I called Rogers, I called Bell and set up with the other evil duopoly. And the guy came over and, okay, don't tell anyone. Promise? Like,
Mhm.
secret here. I cut the cord for the Bell line coming into our house. I got it because Carrie wanted an apple tree and it was in the way. And I said, this isn't used for anything. So I cut it. So now the guys are like, oh, I was told there was a cord here, but it doesn't seem functional. And Carrie and I are like,
You're like,
now
well,
they
there's
have
been a
to-
recent disaster. As you know, our basement was filled with scissors and they just cut
Well-
the line by accident.
Well, I cut it outside
Oh.
in the garden where it ran in.
Well, you got to work with me here, Marie. Maybe the water overran and the scissors did. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a
Just
plague
drag
of
it through there.
scissors.
So then the guy said, well, I got to run it from the pedestal thing. I'm like, yeah, no problem. It's in one of my neighbor's backyard. They're never there. And they padlocked their backyard. So now the Bell Corporation is like, well, we have lien right. Like we have the right to enter. Like that's part of the agreement.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, whoever, like, whatever happened to our cord, like our cable, like that's just terrible. And those neighbors, they're never there. Like,
Marie,
I
are
don't
you
know
sure
to
you
join
want us?
us or what?
Do you sure you want us to clip this and put this on public?
She just said keep it secret.
Yeah, so everyone in chat, please don't. I'm waiting for like
Everyone
Twitch
quiet.
Rogers to show up in chat and be like, "Excuse me, we have."
What an Overwatch
Well, then
division.
I had to call Rogers back to uncancel my cancel. Because I had them, they were going to be canceled the day after Bell came, but they couldn't do it because I clipped the cord. I did it. I did it. I'm a criminal. I
And so
shouldn't even be talking
you are
to
a
right
criminal,
now.
and you don't have
Yeah.
any like Hockey Night in Canada now again because right?
Well, yeah, Rogers doesn't let us have it now. Carrie's looking for radio stations that will have it. So winter should be a good time. She's a
Hey,
huge hockey fan.
Back to the old days, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
we'll have radios going on Saturday night. So, anyways, that's my current like.
They're not on
status
YouTube
of
at
how
all?
I'm- No, even the PWHL, the Women's League, I had to get a VPN. Oh my God, I'm such a criminal. I had to get a VPN to pretend I was in the States so she could watch her hockey game. I'm a criminal for Carrie though, so I feel like that's okay. She wanted an apple tree, that apple tree went in.
Listen,
Out.
Marie, if this
Yeah.
ends up with you and Carrie in jail, we're not extraditing you here, and I just want to be clear: you're gonna have to deal with the Canadian authorities on your own.
It's just
Okay.
gonna be me. It's okay. She looks too innocent, and nobody would ever drag me away. I'm too sparkly. People don't believe sparkly people commit crimes.
No, not
We
even
leave
when
a
they
trail, though.
not even when they confess them on live streams like that. Not even then. You know, like
But that's how clever she is. Exactly.
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Why
Believe
would
that.
if I really did it? Would I confess it on a live stream? Of course, I wouldn't do.
It's entirely AI. All of it.
Oh Jesus!
I'm
Oh
sure
I'm not
my
going to
God!
get the
God.
wet blanket right now and point out the number of YouTubers and VTubers who have been arrested for confessing to crimes online.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that's actually a crime, but if it is, I want you to know that I did not do it.
Okay, right. We already have it in place, so that's on the record now, and that's record is 5/10 of the law. Anyway, when not committing crimes, Marie, who are you playing in D&D sessions? Yeah, this was all satire, right? This was all satire.
Drew got it. Drew got it.
That's
So,
what this
yeah.
entire stream is for. We're role playing.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm a storyteller. Carrie never even baked.
Yeah, no, it was right. Exactly. The whole thing. Is your name even Marie? You know.
Gotta go. I am playing Vespera Vesthorn, and I am a paladin who is a knight of Salamnia. And last time I was blessed by a god so that I can herald and tell everybody they're gonna die. It's gonna be cool. I don't think that's necessarily the message, but I'm very excited.
Wow.
Yeah.
Paladins cannot break their own code, and often those are linked with laws.
I mean,
I
you
am
can,
playing
but it goes badly. Let's put it that way.
I am playing counter to type, so be with me. Nobody, my friends are taking bets on how long before I get arrested. So you all be with me here. Help me.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait for all of it. Yeah, I expect you to bang a drum and say repent before every battle, just so we can. So we can get that done. And Golden Drake points out this is your turn to become the new Dark Queen of Kryn. So that'll be. That you don't know this, but actually, that's Marie's playing secretly. Is playing Takesis, the Dragon Queen, just by herself like that.
Wow!
Secretly.
Wow! Spoilers, Arv. Jeez.
Whoops! No one saw it, John. It wasn't like I said it on a live stream. What is wrong with
it?
It
Was just satire. Come on.
It's just satire. That's going to be my response to everything. Just satire, officer, Your Honor. Anyway, always a pleasure to have Marie with us. I can't wait to see what Vess gets up to, and also cannot wait to see what Brandon O'Brien's character gets up to. Brandon is with us. Brandon is ready. Brandon is prepared. Brandon, are there any crimes that you would also like to confess to not committing on live stream while we have you here?
I am not a committer of crimes. I don't know what everybody else has been up to.
It's not your problem. You're aiding and abetting, or enabling and aiding and abetting.
Nope. I can't testify in court now, but that's a position they all put me in.
Yeah, that's true.
That has nothing to do with me.
Right.
I did not have a media comment planned for today, and then you mentioned Flawless Algernon, which I don't remember. I remember having a copy, and I do not remember having read it. But it did remind me of a thing that if I've never mentioned to you before, I am mentioning now. There is a book by Walter Mosley called The Last Days of Ptolemy Gray.
Oh yeah.
Which was adapted into a TV series on Apple TV maybe 4 or 5 years ago with Samuel L. Jackson playing Ptolemy Gray. It is absolutely brilliant.
I think I've heard of that. I haven't read it though.
Yeah. It's about an elderly black man suffering from dementia who has the sudden recollection of a crime that he would like to solve as he discovers that he is losing all memory of the details that will help him solve it. It's actually really, really good. I enjoyed it a great deal. If you've never seen it, you should in fact watch it. And so that just came into my mind as you said that. If I've never mentioned that to you before.
Yeah.
So the only other media thing that I have planned is that sometime very soon, this weekend or next weekend, that is today or next week, Saturday, will probably be the final episode of Kamen Rider Zets, which has been very interesting so far. I'm not sure I like how it ended, but I do like the story that it is overall told. And of course, you know that I'm obviously very excited that there is more tokusatsu that people can actually watch readily on YouTube. So this is another reminder that Kamen Rider Zets is just available on YouTube for free for those who live in the US if you ever want to discover the wild dream shenanigans that are taking place in that show.
If you would like to see a live action cartoon, basically.
Yes, it's very much like a guy kicks a guy so hard he literally falls to sleep. You literally hear him snoring and then he turns into dust. That's how hard he dies.
And then he turns to dust?
Yeah, you hear him snoring and then he just fades away. Because he died in a dream. It's hilarious. But yes, hello everyone. My name is Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. And tonight I will be playing Zafra Lapis Flame Page, who is a gunslinger whose gun might be magic, as opposed to our good friend Rowan Shallow from last session, who is a wild magic sorcerer whose wild magic may be gun. We have yet to learn all the ridiculous things that gun can do. I don't even think Zafra knows what they can do, but suffice it to say that we will learn. And hopefully Zafra will be a more productive person with that knowledge than Rowan was.
I'm excited to see what Zafra gets up to. Also, yes, should be mentioned, since Jen and Brandon and I will all be at Worldcon in 2 weeks, that we have not one but two. We have a former Hugo nominee, well, several former Hugo nominees, but we have two current Hugo nominees in here. Brandon, of course, has been nominated for Best Poem, and we will find out what happens at Worldcon in 2 short weeks. At that, it's going to be exciting. You dig the Trigun background, yeah. Brandon's background game is always solid. So I'm looking forward to that. And the other person who has been nominated, of course, for a Hugo is one Jennifer Brozek. So welcome, Jen. It's good to see you once again. Not dressed in black, but dressed in red, as in appropriate for your character. How are you doing? Are you feeling, have your nerves gone up, gone down, or anything now that we are only 2 weeks away from the Hugo ceremony and all that? And who are you playing tonight?
Honestly, since I've been fighting off a cold for like a week, I really haven't thought about it, other than I have like 3 or 4 different shirts. I've decided I'm going to be comfortable this Hugo, because if I'm going to lose an award, I might as well do it comfortably, and if I win an award, I'll do it comfortably. But I have a friend who is a Southern beauty queen.
Oh, that.
And I texted her and I'm like, I have a need for a fabulous brooch. And she's like, I'll be over on Sunday. And so I'm going to show her all the different shirts, all of which I'm going to bring because I have an extra suitcase because I'm taking Shannon's ball gown with me. So I can panic in my hotel room and try on different things, but I'm going to show her what they all are and she can give her opinion and choose a fabulous brooch for me. The The kitchen reno was going very, very well until the tiler discovered that he was 1.5 tiles short. And he was not the one who did the footage of the kitchen, which, we were having tile wall to wall, and the person who did the footage went from cabinet to cabinet. And therefore, I have a small hole in the kitchen and at least a week before more tile gets here. So the kitchen renovation is now on hold for at least a week, and I will not be returning from Worldcon to a completed kitchen, of which I'm already sad about. So right now, I'm no longer worried about the Hugo. I mean, I finally went and wrote my speech that I will probably not use, but I've written it.
Yes.
It is a thing that I tell everybody. If you have been nominated for a major award, write your frickin' speech, because you will not remember what you wanted to say when you walk up there and you look at the crowd. Let's see, what else? I'm still not playing wrestling. I am playing Minadora with her familiar Isha and her living spellbook Lumi. And she is an old elf, a red-robed elf, called Kolonosti elf mage.
Yes, of high sorcery.
Of high sorcery, right?
Which it's okay. Is an elf mage of high sorcery.
She's a mage. She wears red.
She wears red. That's what happens.
She takes a while. She's not very good with people. I mean, she's not terrible with people, but she's basically spent the last 300 years in the woods. So
not good with people.
not great with people. No,
She's out of practice.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the key.
She decided basically every country sucked, including her own. So she was going to screw off to the woods for a while. But I think that's all I've got. I mean, I talked about Imri Gray last time. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Jen. Looking forward to seeing what Minadora gets up to tonight. And last but certainly not least, we have, and yes, I should also point out, it is true that we also have Prince Justin is also up for a possible Hugo Award because he is part of the Nerds of a Feather crew for Best Fanzine. Would not be the first time that he has been nominated for this honor, but I am excited to see it. What I would love is to have a clean sweep, quite frankly. If we could get it back. I've said this before, what really matters is not your award, but my channel's role in promoting you. So if you could just do that so I can be like where the Hugo Award winners come, that would be great. If you could just do that.
I wouldn't mind a clean sweep.
It would be all good with me. Again, though, for those who would be offended by that, satire. Okay, just saying. Anyway, always a pleasure.
What you should plan for in advance is at least a one shot in future that is just all Hugo
Awards, right? And it'll be about stealing a Hugo Award from. I was about to say something. Never mind. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. I will stay away from that.
Oh wow! You just
I was referring to a particular group that never sent those awards out the way they should have.
Don't.
But anyway, moving swiftly along.
Fighting Angels.
Moving swiftly along. It is my pleasure to also bring in again our very own John Helfers, who is a former 2-time Hugo nominee. It should be said. John, I hope all is going okay with you now. I know that we had some tech stuff going on with you too. How are you doing?
Yeah.
How's life in the universe and everything in your side of the world? And who are you playing tonight?
Let's call it tech stuff. Sure. No, things are well. Jen's nominee, I feel like I had a little bit of an assistant because I feel it was really for the Augment magazine she did for Shadowrun, which was awesome and well-deserved. And I want her to win it, damn it. So there we go. So I'll be looking on from afar because I didn't pay to vote, unfortunately. It's expensive. Anyways, that's not the point. Congratulations to all the nominees, Prince Justin and Brandon and Jen. So that's all awesome stuff, especially for tie-in things, which don't often get Hugo recognition. So we're doubly happy about that. It's good here in good old Green Bay. The weather's nice. Remaking my character. Thank you, Roll20. But it's all good. I'm almost done. And if fix my die problem. So I am playing Stellan, the human monk, because monks never really appeared in Dragonlance, which is one of the reasons I chose this class, because I thought it would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it already has been. So yeah, been a lot of fun. And can't wait to see what shenanigans this group, now that we're all together, which may be a good or bad thing, get into tonight.
And thank you, John. And let's talk about those shenanigans as I move over to the map. And we talk a little bit fire up some music here. And we talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. In the premiere of Dragonlance, which happened 1 week ago today, the crew that you see before you, this happy few, came together in an unusual way, probably. They are all proceeding to the village of Vogler for a funeral of a friend known as Ispin Greenshield. How each of them knew Ispin is their story to tell, and they will be telling it at some point later on tonight. But in the meantime, all of them came their own separate ways. And we started with Vess meeting up with Minadora for the first time, having them travel together for the first time, and then having them have two unusual dreams. In Minadora's case, there was a dream about the test of high sorcery that she had taken to begin her journey along the line of becoming a red-robed mage of high sorcery, and how all of that happened. And I'm glad she passed it, or there would have been a real time paradox when she wasn't actually a mage anymore. So that happened, and then that was interesting. And then also Vess, in the meantime, was having another dream in which she came to this ruin and ended up finding, first she found this amulet, which it turned out was the symbol of Paladine, one of the most powerful gods of Krynn, and in fact is known to be this sort of the white dragon, first of all, god, and is also known to be essentially the god for much of the Knights of Solamnia, of which Vess is a member. But this time Vess actually apparently may have spoken to an avatar of the god Paladine, who spoke to Vess and asked if she was willing to sacrifice herself and to do what must be done, whatever that may be, warned her of the growing storm, showed her a missing constellation in the sky, two of them actually. First, the missing constellation of Paladine. Secondly, the missing constellation of Takesis, the Dragon Queen. And that's a little stinger for those of you looking for Shadow of the Dragon Queen references. And that was missing too, and asked if she would be willing to fight and to spread the word that Paladine is returned and is sending out the word for all good peoples to flock to his banner, etc., etc. Vess agreed to do this and was rewarded with an etching, you might say, on the armor of a dragon claw, which now demonstrates that she is a chosen of Paladine, and not just a Knight of Solamnia, but a Paladin of Paladine, a Paladinin, I guess, is what it would be, so to speak.
That works great.
And then came back, left the ruin to find that it had never apparently been there in the first place. It was a dream, as someone else would say. So that was the two of them. They continued on their way to Vogler. In the meantime, Stellan, a young human monk, ended up running into, watching as running past was a very large minotaur. It took a little while to get to this point, but finally this minotaur was introduced to us as Cake. And Stellan and Cake ended up meeting up with a kender known as Zafra Lapis Flamepage, who, as it turned out, carried an unusual gun, about which more perhaps in a little bit. The three of them were, I guess, summoned, if you will, they were all on their way to the same village for this same funeral that I mentioned, but they were summoned first by a farmer named Reese, who had been hired to look over after the horses of a group of people that were later discovered to be themselves Knights of Solamnia. But that patrol of knights had been ambushed and killed, and Cake, Stellan, and Zafra came upon them. The leader, the sort of lead, whatever this weird creature was, and the other two dragon-like creatures, two of them went with him, and he left behind two of these creatures to battle the forces of Cake, Stellan, and Zafra. They were able to defeat them, although Zafra did actually go down during this fight. So it was not perfect, in terms of how you'd want things to go.
It was almost as if Rowan was here in spirit.
It was very much, yes. It felt very much in line with Rowan's stuff, but they did manage to defeat them. And as they defeated them, they heard the voice of Reese from behind them, thanking them for the work that they had done and saying that he had found some other people to join in the fight, or at least to help. And they turned to find the Reese between Vess and Minadora, who were walking along, of course, this same road. And so, having arrived there, and all sort of 5 of them going, "Hello, how are you?" They did, I believe, introduce themselves to each other, and Zafra was just about to ask Reese a couple of questions before they restart, I think that's the actual term I want, their trip to Vogler. Just before I do that, one quick question. Zafra, you had a maximum of 10 hit points, right?
A maximum of 9.
Of 9 hit
and
points,
I'm
okay.
presently at 5.
At 5, yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure. Lovely. All right, well then I'm going to hand things over to the party. And Reese is with all of you, standing on the road next to this caravan picture, which I believe I might have somewhere. I'll see if I can... Oh, wait, no, it's the wrong thing. Do I have that battle? All right, I'll see if I can find that image. But in the meantime, you folks can feel free to go ahead and ask the questions you would like to ask Zafra, or anybody else in the party. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm still being crushed, I think, by Cake.
That is true.
But you've got your armor on, so you're okay.
My arms are limp to the side. I am not trying to fight you.
That sounds like a worse proposition. That sounds like you're describing Vess getting her arms cut off by her armor.
No. I am just like, I know what is happening. It has happened before. Cake, my old friend, good to cross your path again. If you would allow me to perhaps breathe.
Oh. Okay. And he puts it down.
I now have the picture up, by the way. So.
Yep.
I probably still have one of Reese's hands in my hand, but I take another hand to wave at Minadora. Hello, friend. Is this a colleague of yours? Pointing at Vess, who is probably now on the ground by now.
We're traveling together.
By choice or coincidence?
Yes.
Same. And then I turn back to Reese.
Zafra,
Oh.
that's right. You
Yes.
stole my pot. Sorry, you borrowed my pot.
Right. That was yours? I just needed it to
I know, I got it
do
back
pot
a
things.
couple of years later.
Yeah. See, everything works out in the end. So Reese, is it?
Yes, yes, it is.
Do you mind telling us more about what was happening over here?
Well, it was. I told you about the ambush. They just attacked. I ran. I'm not a soldier. And also and he looks down sort of sadly at the fallen knights, and he says, they told me to run. They said to warn someone. And then I ran, and I heard these terrible growling and these screams and something with wings, and I don't know what these are. What are these? Do you know what these are? They're awful.
Had they disappeared by now?
Yes, that's right. They have all sort of turned into dust and kind of blown away. And the other ones snuck into the woods and disappeared in the first place.
So yes, a couple of them fled into the trees. All we have left is the ashes of the ones that remain. I have no idea what that means.
Are there more of them?
If there are at least
few
2 left
battles
us.
Way, yes. By
Is
the
there another
way,
settlement nearby?
they ran into the woods.
Right.
By the way, when you kill one of them, the bodies, before it turns into dust, they emit a puff of gas that is, well, it felt like it was turning me to stone. That wasn't great. So you need to be careful with that.
Can I make a history or arcana check to see if I know anything about that kind of thing?
I don't think you had yet. You can, not an arcana check. Make it, I guess, yeah, let's say
Nature?
history. No, let's say history, actually. Let's say history.
Okay.
Because
Well,
of
and-
your age.
And
this will help.
Arv, we haven't, like, Stellan has no reference for seeing these things. Never seen these
No.
things before. Correct. Okay.
No.
All right.
Oh, yes. Natural 20.
Wow. Yeah.
I do remember something about these kinds of things. They were called,
They were called Draconians, Minadora, and they, when they first existed, they were some. Now, it needs to be said, you actually have never encountered something exactly like these things before, but you definitely heard about them. Draconians, who were some strange, twisted perversion of dragons somehow, but never having seen one yourself before, only having heard of them, you know that they were quite terrible, in that they were very single-minded and they were well known for serving or being sort of signs and symbols and servants of Takesis, the Dragon Queen, who you know to be a big
as
problem.
I'm talking, I will be walking towards the dead bodies of the knights. I'm
Okay.
like, and I will be explaining that I've heard of these things, and I know different types have different properties when they die. That would explain why there's no bodies. And then she stops and she looks up at the sky, and then she looks back at Vess and says, I think they're putting this a bit too on the nose, don't you?
Well, I agree with you that it's definitely a sign that what Paladine told me is truth. Takesis, the Dragon Queen, has definitely returned, and those must be some of her minions. So yes, if that's what you mean by two on the nose, I would definitely agree with you.
Reese's eyes, by the way, get about as wide as saucers when he hears Takesis and returning, and he's like, the Dragon Queen?
Bad dragon.
My grandma used to tell me stories of stories that she heard from her great-grandma and her great-grandma. They were beasts, and it said one of them could swallow half the world. You don't remember
I
this,
hear-
Minadora, but, you know.
Like, that doesn't sound plausible.
Uh,
I'm actually looking over the bodies to
Okay.
make sure they're, all actually dead.
they are quite dead. You know that they're Knights of Salamnia because you figured that out with the check last time. Couple things to note. First of all, the plate armor that they have with this filigree and the horned helmets, again, similar to Vess's, indicating they are knights. Each of these suits, though, have these vicious claw marks that are so strong that they seem to have literally scored the metal itself
Yeah.
of the
Is
armor.
it,
Yeah.
Is it similar to mine?
The-
And do I recognize? Oh,
Well, the armor
Do
is
I
the
recognize the
armor is
outfit?
definitely similar to yours. Yes.
yeah.
And you know that your armor is, it's not soft, right? So if they're doing so
Yeah.
much damage that it's almost made it unusable, that's a little scary. There are also long swords that each of them carry, just normal ones. There are some rations of food and water. There are 40 gold pieces that you find sort of among the wreckage and the knights. And perhaps most important, Minadora, you find correspondence that one of the knights is carrying. And the correspondence says that the knights were investigating reports of nearby farmsteads to Vogler being raided by strange creatures that match the descriptions of what it is these three, Cake, Stellan, and Zafra, tell you they just saw and what Reese saw.
I will hand
While
this
she's looking
over
this,
to
oh,
you. Just
I
give you
will.
the-
I will read it. Do I recognize, do I know who these knights were? Like, I know they're Knights of Salamnia, but do I know them? Do I know,
You do
it's an
not.
official correspondence.
You do not. You know that they were all members of the Order of the Crown, one of the three orders of the
Okay.
Knights of Salamnia, but
Okay.
you do not yet know, and you don't know them specifically, which isn't too surprising. They may have been posted from another area, and you don't. The
Mhm.
Knights are much diminished from their height of power before the Cataclysm, but they were so powerful that there's still there's still some strength in them and still a decent number here and there. So it's probably not surprising that you don't know them specifically, but yeah, they are. You also know that it's not easy to surprise a Knight of Solamnia, like you know that yourself. So something shocked them beyond their discipline and training to be able to stop.
Okay, I will. They died trying to protect the people here, and obviously something managed to turn them, which is not something I would think easy. Where are these farms linked to? I turn to what's his face?
Reese?
The farmer. Reese, thank you. Are these farms linked to the nearby village, or
Oh,
to
yes.
what government do they answer?
Yes, they're part of they're part of Vogler. I mean, I guess the Hinterland has. Well, there's Becklin. She's the knight that there's a knight like you that kind of protects us. She got stationed here. But other than that, yeah, the farms are protected by the village, and the village is protected by Becklin and our village militia. My dad's part of the militia. He's pretty good with a scythe. You get the impression that, like, if Reese is any indication, Vest, you're not sure how well trained a military force this is, but
We'll need every arm moving forward. But she will put a hand on his shoulder and turn to her companion, specifically to Minadora as well, since she has handed her the scroll, and say, I fear that things may be moving faster or too quickly, and if you are all heading to Vogler anyways, perhaps we should head faster to warn them of this impending rising evil. By the way, what are your names? I know Cake and Minadora. Cake, I do know your name. I just remind Cake.
I bow slightly to the knight, who I do recognize. You may call me Stellan.
An honor to meet you, Stellan.
And
And
you
you,
as
young
well.
Hunter.
I'm sorry, Marie. You are a knight of one of the orders, or not one of the orders?
I'm a knight of the or sword, order of the sword.
Thank you. Okay, the honor is mine, Knight of the Sword.
Well met, young traveler, because you're like 19 or something, right, John?
23, but yeah, I'm
23. You look
young.
19 to her.
Exactly. Yeah.
essentially 19.
Right?
It's
well
all
met, young traveler.
the positive flow of chi. It keeps you looking at.
Well, you know.
It's true.
750, but not a day over 19.
And you, my kinder friend, who you seem to know Minadora already, but may I make your acquaintance as well?
I'm Zafra Lapis Flame Page. I am on my way to pay respects to a friend, and we just also happen to be headed in the same direction.
That is the direction, Kate. Yeah.
And Stellan slowly nods and says, "That is where I am going as well." So and with a glance at, dang it, Brandon, I can never remember your character's name. I have to write it down. Zafra, with a glance at Zafra, says, "It does seem that fate has put us on the same road together."
Which is
there we go.
often either a very blessed sign or a horrible one.
Indeed.
But the only way to know is to follow fate. So I guess we are headed to find Becklin, you said, Reese?
Yes, that's right. Becklin's her name. She's a very strong knight. Becklin Uth Vinarin. Sorry, Viharin, not Vinarin.
Okay.
Perfect. Let us go speak with her.
I reach into my pack for another wrapped cake. I give it to Reese. And I say, lead the way.
Thank you. And just, I guess, be careful as you go. There shouldn't be much else that should trouble us. That's not these things. And he kind of
unless the ones that left come back.
He kind of cringes a little bit. You think they will?
Possible. before we leave,
I mean,
our-
everything here other than us is dead, so I highly doubt it. But we shall see.
this was a wagon, and the horses are dead as well, or stray
Yeah.
animals.
Yes, there was. I believe it was a couple of horses. Let me see. It was horses, and I was trying to see how many.
They're definitely dead.
Yeah, there are 2 horses that were drawing the wagon. Both of them are dead.
All right. I wanted to the Draconians were ransacking the wagon when we stumbled upon them, correct?
That is true.
And actually, so I got to observe them for at least a good 30 seconds or so. Were they just? Did it seem like, now that I think back upon it, were they looking for just general supplies, or were they looking for something in particular?
No way to tell. They might have been just raiding to get sort of general supplies and information, but you don't know because you didn't see them for long enough, Stellan, before that was
All
happening.
right. Well, I want to go lightly leap into the back of the wagon and look through what they were looking at.
Okay. Yeah, the same basic wreckage, though, more or less confronts you. There's open sort of sacks of food, more or less, and it does look to be just food. And then the long swords of the knights, some scattered gold pieces. And it is interesting because it's the gold pieces were in a sack, like a small little sack on their own. And
Right.
the sack was broken open, but you're pretty sure all of the gold that started in it is still basically right
it's
near
like
it.
on the floor, like that's weird.
Right.
I collect the gold, put the sack, like repair it enough, jump back down and give it to Vespera.
Okay.
Since I'm assuming this is part of your order, this would actually belong to you.
I will take it and hand it. It will go around. I will hand it to Reese and say, "Here for your rebuilding efforts. It's what they would want."
Oh, thank you. Thank you, but we need to give this to Becklin. She'll know what to do. She usually does.
Very well.
As you wish.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else in this wreckage that you imagine Becklin wouldn't want to leave in the street?
I don't know a lot about the knights except what Becklin does. I know they say their weapons are important to them, but it don't look like the armor's got much left.
I mean, I will confess I don't know much. And again, I glance at Vespera. Shouldn't we kind of collect the bodies and take them to? I'm sorry, what was her name again?
Becklin.
Becklin for some sort of. I assume you have a burial instead of leaving them here by the road. We have a wagon, and he casts a tentative glance at Cake and a large person to possibly move it.
Quick note about
Right.
the wagon. The
Yeah.
wagon is pretty broken. Like
I didn't know.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I didn't know they
yeah.
disabled it. All right.
Yeah.
How
Well,
did the bodies?
at the very least, put the bodies in the wagon so they can be collected later.
Yeah. How did the bodies look like? Do they look like they're kind of still like glowing with dark, evil, anything, or do they just look like dead people?
They look pretty much, and I just put it available to everybody again just so you could see it. They do not look like they're glowing with evil, no. Just dead and sort of savagely, scored and ripped. You get the impression looking at the horses that the horses are in pretty bad shape. They're obviously dead, but I mean in pretty bad shape. And you wonder if not for the armor and perhaps the arrival of, Cake and company on the scene, whether that would have continued, like whether they would have kept ripping them up or not. But in any case, but they don't look to have any evil aura remaining on them, no.
Well, I'll take their swords because they are deeply important. I won't, and they will help also identify them. They will help go to their families. And then I will say, I will take their swords. Let us leave them there. I don't know that the wagon can be saved, but we will tell Becklin, who can come and retrieve the bodies and at least their armor so that they too may be passed to their families. But I fear that haste is important at the moment, more so than burying our dead.
Already.
All All right.
The last thing I want to find here is a piece of wood about like a foot long by maybe 6 inches wide.
I'd say that's pretty easy to find. You could probably just
Okay.
take a plank from the wagon, actually.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I didn't want to be that rude about it, but if it's that broken, then I'm going to borrow one of those. And as we start walking, I'm going to pull out some wood carving tools. I'm going to start carving into it.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just gonna retcon a little bit what I just said because I just read about the importance of the significance of burials for Knights of Solamnia in my notes that I have beside me here. And I'm going to, I will turn back to their dead bodies and say, we will return and honor shall be restored to you in death. This I vow to you, and then go.
Okay. Sounds good. Also, hi, Tim. Good to see you. All right. So you set off to Vogler, and fortunately for all of you, you were not actually that far away. It's probably another half hour to 45 minutes of travel down the road. Nothing else disturbs you, or in fact is even like you don't even hear it. Anything else as you come through the road, through the forest, the little forest copse of trees really to the other side. And you find yourself heading into Vogler, and you'll all be happy to know that I have another map for you here.
Yay!
And here it is.
Oh, Vogler is
Welcome.
a lot larger than I thought it would be.
Well, it's a little zoomed in, but give me a second and we will...
Oh, just in terms of, I thought it would be like, 5 hamlets and a church.
No, it's a little bigger than that.
Yeah.
So Vogler is a fishing village. Let me zoom out a bit, chat, so chat can see it. There we go. Vogler is a fishing village which clings to a spit of land reaching into the Vingard River. There are wooded cliffs which overlook the community, and the only path from the north, which is the way that you come, descends past the ivy-covered remnants of a crumbling stone keep. The village's modest wooden buildings cluster around a quaint central circle and along the riverbank. Jutting into the river, out of place and seemingly out of time, stands an incomplete stone bridge of incredible artisanship. You can see it all the way to the south of the map there. This structure clearly dates, Minadora, I think you would recognize this, from before the Cataclysm. So it eclipses its modern peers in size and sturdiness. If you've ever had the experience of being in a place where the city has all of this stuff that looks of a particular quality, and then there's like one building that like time forgot that sits on its own, that's a little bit about what this is like. The bridge crosses only maybe less than half the river's width before giving way to a series of ropes and tethered rafts which seem to serve as ferries. On the river itself, dozens of small boats drift along the slow, murky waters as the fishers of Vogler ply their trade. And with Reese with you, although Reese does have to head out, he says, and sort of report about things to the person who hired him and so on. But Reese will be happy to give you some information about some of the places in this village. Just in terms of time, so you have arrived during the day, and Ispen Greenshield's funeral is scheduled to take place this evening, according to the announcements that you've had. So you have a few hours before that takes place. Should also be pointed out, and you can tell this because everywhere you see preparations for it, that you appear to have arrived on the eve of a festival, because everyone is sort of like, putting up banners. You see and hear the sound of hammering, and it looks like people are putting together wooden stands and things like that. And there's a lot of sort of hustle and bustle, so that they do take notice of you a little bit. Probably in particular, some of the villagers take notice of Vess, I would say, and also Cake, for different reasons. Cake, their sort of reaction is like, Vess, they sort of, you're not really sure. Maybe we'll talk about that if you have a chance to interact with them individually, Vess, but there's a combination of both wariness and recognition, maybe. And a little bit, as we talked about the Knights of Solamnia's reputation, but not the sort of negative one that you might have gotten from others in this region. Maybe that has something to do with this Becklin person, but who knows. As for Stellan and Zafra and Minadora, the villagers don't seem to pay a lot of attention to any of you. They are very much concentrated on getting ready for whatever this festival is. So Reese points out a couple of things which would be helpful for you all to know. This right here that I am pinging, which I hope is showing up,
It
is
is.
Thornwall Keep, which supposedly is now half ruined, but it is a place of some significance. Thornwall Keep is basically an ancient Salamnic keep, and that is supposedly maintained by this Becklin person. So that's one of the things that you could find is that. Down here is the mayor's home. The mayor is not Becklin. So Becklin is the Knight of Salamnia whose job it is to sort of protect this village, but the mayor apparently is someone different. The name is Raven Uth Vogler, whose apparently ancestors literally founded this village, and she lives down here, right near the village circle. Right near that is a tavern, which Reese tells you is known to be sort of a general gathering place, one of several gathering places for the town, called the Fishbowl. And Reese says, oh, there's some delicious pastries there. You've got to try it. The ale... anyway, the pastries are really good. You've got to try those. So you don't know what that means, but anyway, that seems to be the local tavern. And then the last couple of notable things, I mentioned this thing about the bridge. That's down here if anyone wants to check that out. Here is the place where you were eventually, according to your invitations, supposed to end up. And it is the one inn in town. It is called the Brass Crab. And it is down here by the river's edge, essentially, you can see. That is the Brass Crab. That's where you're supposed to end up tonight before the funeral actually takes place. And the last thing that I want to note is right over here is a kind of horseshoe-shaped building. And this is known as Westtide House. And you can see the house from where you're positioned up here, like right past the river, like right near the river gate. And Reese, as he's sort of explaining different kind of sights to you about the town, says, you'll want to take it easy around there, though. Westtide is, well, that's where that's Lord Baccharis and his son live there, and, well, they don't much cotton to farmers, I suppose. You'll need to be careful about them. At least I always try to avoid them. So does my dad. But anyway, I've got to get going, though. I'll try to catch up with you later on. There's a big funeral going on tonight. Ispin Greenshield passed away, you know. I don't know if any of you know him, but the whole town will be there. He was really important to us. So thank you again for saving saving what you could and helping me. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask for Reese. They know me. He kind of, bows slightly to you and then runs off back up the road from which you came, presumably towards the forum. So now you have a choice about where you want to go and occupy your time. And if anyone wants to just go straight to the Brass Crab and wait, you can. But I was assuming that people might want to look around a bit.
I mean, I want to go to Stonewall Keep to meet this Becklin. I think that's my priority.
Okay.
I think I'm going to accompany her because, as a witness to what happened there, they'll probably have some questions. So.
Okay.
I am going to Westtide.
Okay. Outstanding. All right, so Zaffir's going to go to Westtide. What about Minadora and Cake? Cake is going to go straight towards the river and just walk in because he just keeps going. No, I'm just kidding.
I guess I will actually go to the inn that we're supposed to go to and see if there's rooms.
Okay.
Because, I don't really feel like sleeping outside.
All right, you're going to go to the Brass Crab. Cake, what about you?
Yep.
He's just kind of standing there looking around.
Before I walk away, I turn to Cake and I say, "You hungry, guy?"
Yeah.
Do you want to get something to eat?
Okay.
I guess I'm taking Cakes to get something to eat first.
Okay. Are you headed to that fishbowl that you were with the pastries? Or you could also probably get some food at the Brass Crab, presumably.
Pastries are good. Pastries are good.
Okay. So we have, I love it. Let's see if we can take this one by one. Let's go with Cake and Zafra first. I'm going to go left to right as I look here. So we'll go with Cake and Zafra. So you all, and by the way, Chad, I should mention, we have now gotten another piece of character art, this time for Vess, which looks awesome. I'm super happy with the work that Freddie's been doing on all of these. And the only one that we have left now is John's character. And as soon as we get that character art, then we are going to add that to the video, and we're going to make tokens out of them, so you will see the actual figures of these people. So it's going to happen. It's going to be great. But in the meantime, but be aware that character art is coming, and then we're going to have to do the whole group picture, right? And we're going to have to make some new quote, which I don't know if it's going to be Cake's just what at the bottom. But
I was going to say, there is nothing wrong with Cake's current avatar. It's fine.
Yes. Okay, so Cake and Zafra, you head down to the fishbowl. Now, a couple of notes about Vogler that I want to point out here. First of all, Vogler is, it is not a very large place, but it is very busy, and you actually have a number of people in town. Most of them do seem to be villagers, but not all of them. You think there may be a few that are sort of visiting from out of town. You also see a few people, I would say both Zafra and Cake, see a few people that have black armbands, and you wonder if that's sort of a mourning thing, for Ispin or what that might be. But you see a few of them walking around wearing those armbands. Most of the villagers, though, are in the process of, preparing, as I say, putting up stands and flags and all that kind of good stuff. And you are able to ascertain one thing from a passerby, which is they are getting ready for what they call the Kingfisher Festival. Now, what that means and why it's important and all that, you can decide to find out more if you wish at your leisure, but at least you have a name to go with this festival. It's apparently starting tomorrow, so you seem to have arrived just before this all gets placed. And there are a couple of villagers who too take a moment to look at the somewhat odd sight of a enormous minotaur and a diminutive kender walking next to him as they make their way down the street. They all give you a healthy buffer, but not out of fear. You don't get the impression these people do not seem particularly frightened or anything else. They seem, if anything, excited. When you arrive at the fishbowl, you find yourself walking into a cramped, pretty small, but fairly well-kept tavern. And the first thing you notice, even before you get there, is this delectable smell of what smells like freshly baked bread. This may be mingling with either cinnamon, or there seems to be like some smell of cooked fish too. Maybe there's multiple different pastries, you don't know, but there's definitely that is literally coming out of the door as you are preparing to enter it. And Cake, the door is a fair bit smaller than you, so you are going to have to duck down quite a bit if you want to, get clear of the doors you walk in.
He's kind of standing at the door, just sort of.
Not good?
Oh.
You like meat, don't you?
Beets.
Did you say beets or meat?
Beets.
Okay.
I thought he said.
That's new. Okay.
Just a huge string of drool starts pouring out of the side of his mouth. And he's like,
okay. Let's see if we can solve that problem for you. I step inside while Cake just, I guess, stands by the
stands
door,
out there and drools, yeah.
Okay.
which I imagine is so close and so large that no one else can enter or exit as a result.
Right.
Seems about
And
right.
I do nothing to fix that problem for anyone.
So you enter, and you are in the midst of a bit of a tavern. All right. It is fairly bustling, although there's not people sort of waiting at tables. A lot of them you see are sort of gathering what look like wooden crates, Zafra, and as you get closer, you can see that they look like plates. You can see steam rising up from them. It looks like they're basically collecting baked something, pastries or something, which they're gathering in these boxes. And you can see there are several people that are actually like almost like an assembly line, putting the pies in these boxes or these pastries in the boxes and then handing them to people who make their way past. Zafra, as you walk in, you hear excuse me, and Cake. On the outside, you see someone is like peering up at you, holding this box of something that smells fishy, and they say, Would you mind very much moving to the side, sir? I can't get around you.
Can Cake see this guy?
Yeah, I
he
would
can.
assume.
Yeah.
He probably can't because he's below him, right? So he can just look down through his...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can see him, but it just takes him a few seconds to process the question. And he said, okay. And he steps to the side.
Okay.
And just continues to just
Drool.
yeah, it's all over the sidewalk. Yeah.
He said, and the guy says, "Oh, thank you," and he kind of carefully steps over the drool with the box.
It's like when you're making funnel cake and you're pouring the funnel cake batter into the thing.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And it's festival time. What a perfect reference.
Yeah.
Anyway, there are people going by with these boxes, sort of in and out, and there's a lot of people packed into this room, Zafra. You can see that the person who is apparently collecting coins and so on from people and talking to them is an older man, probably fairly elderly, actually. If you had to guess, maybe 70s or so, mid to late 70s, but wiry and not looking like he's going to fall over or anything, but chatting with a few people and is sort of taking coins and put them back. And you can see next to him that he has a fairly large open box in which there are coins piled. It looks like he's got a lot of coins, and repeatedly behind him, the doors keep flying open, and someone comes out with another stack of steaming pastries, and these you can actually see on these plates. The entire tavern inside smells like, if you like fish, delicious fish pies. If you don't like fish pies. But they're definitely fish pies, but they smell really good. In my case, I happen to love salmon. If I were in a place that had salmon pies, sign me up. I'd be all about it. Anyway, so he is working with some people, and there's a line sort of leading up to him, Zafra.
I do get in the line, but you can tell that I'm very impatient about it. I'm like trying to lean over people's shoulders. I'm constantly poking my head left and right out of the line, trying to see how fast it's moving.
Okay.
I'm getting the impression it is not moving at all.
No, I wouldn't say that, actually. I think it is moving pretty fast, sort of surprisingly, given the speed, the number of people in there. But there's a lot of people. And as you're about 2/3 of the way up, someone from behind you says, like, oh, you got your order sheet? And if you look over your shoulder, you'll see there's this sort of red-faced, freckled fellow who has a red beard, and he is looking down at you, and he's like, oh, I hope you got one. I don't think there's going to be a lot of extras today. Even Elthar can only work so much magic,
I did not know that there was a procedure for this thing, but I don't think I'm ordering anything of the large quantity that any of you may be requesting today.
Oh, I see. Well, that's fine then. Just make sure that you, maybe he'll have an extra pie sitting around or something like that. He's had nothing but fish coming in here the last couple of days, and he's had nothing but people coming in to help him with the cooking back there. Well, the kitchen's probably a nightmare. And as if on cue, you hear a splash, and then a zzz, 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 like a plate coming to rest, and he's like, I'm surprised that hasn't happened more. And,
I
but
take it I take it this is pretty busy on a regular basis?
Oh, the fishbowl's got some people in it for sure, but there's a lot more now, mostly because of the festival tomorrow with the Kingfisher Festival, of course. Oh, and there's Ispin's funeral, poor man, tonight. A lot of people will be there for that, too. More people in Vogler than usual, and a lot more fish pies. But listen, there's no better fish pie that exists in this part of Ansalon. If you were to actually go down and be a fish yourself, you wouldn't find anything more authentic. It's the best there is.
Duly noted. I'm always in the mood to taste something that is indicative of an area. The last time I was in Vogler, I didn't spend a great deal of time to get anything to eat, but it was in fact to spend some time with Ispin Greenshield once upon a time.
Oh, you knew Ispin too? Well, how'd you know him? He was a good man. He always used to tell me stories. One time he gave my son, he gave him, I couldn't believe that he actually did this. He gave him a gold piece, a full gold piece. And he said, make sure to use that, save it up and use it wisely. And I never saw the like of it, honestly. How do you know him? The line has moved forward several spaces by this point.
Once upon a time in a different town, I had an altercation with some ruffians of some sort, and would have otherwise been made to fend for myself, 1 against 4, in a crowded tavern. But Ispin stood up for me, helped me fight them off and defend myself. Perhaps one of perhaps only 3 times in my life I've ever seen someone give up their own life and their own time and their own body to defend someone else, and as a result I try to do that as often as possible myself.
He nods. He says, well, that sounds right. Ispin was a good man, and the fact he was willing to help anyone, that's sort of a sign of it. I don't think you'll have anything to worry about here. You know, we people in Vogler, we're a pretty friendly lot. I have heard, and he kind of gives you this look, he's like, I've heard rumors that, I believe you're a Kender, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right?
Yes, I am.
So I have heard this, I'm sure these are rumors and lies, but I have heard that sometimes when Kender are around, there's a sort of, I guess you might say movement of things from one place to another. Things that don't end up in the same place they started. I don't know if that's true, but the Vogler folks get a little sensitive when things just, disappear, and you notice after that he has subtly shifted away certain things, like you thought you saw, like the sheet that he had at the beginning seems to have vanished now, and all that stuff. Still got a big smile on his face though. And
while I am speaking, I would like to very briefly make a dex roll.
Are you doing sleight of hand?
Oh no, sleight of hand.
Yeah,
actually,
I thought so.
For, yeah,
of course, naturally.
Naturally.
Let's go. Well, whatever you want.
Natural 20.
Double natural 20. Whatever you would like to do, Zafra, please proceed.
Because I don't care. It just happens. I take something out of his pocket. It doesn't even matter to me what it is when I move it. And I just move it to another pocket.
Yeah, obviously of his?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as I do that, I just say, the thing about Kenda society is that all objects are for the good of all people, like tools, materials, like their purpose is ultimately to ensure that people have the things that they need when they need them, and when they don't need them anymore, can be of use to other people. And the way that a lot of Kenda try to replicate that is to try to live a life of not being attached as much as possible to objects, to only make sure that they are doing the duty that they can for other people who are in need. People think that that's theft, but it would only matter that way if Kender believed that they should keep and permanently own the things that they're borrowing. It's just a matter of making sure that tools are always in a state of effective use.
I see. Kind of like has his brow furrowed as he listens to this. He seems quite engaged in it. Also, hi to Light and Passion. Good to see you, Light and Passion. And he says, at one point, he says, so you don't, I see. So, well, then maybe it's...
To be fair, I do believe that there are some things that are obviously very precious to the people that have them. Like, you wouldn't take someone's wedding ring because there is no use for it for you, but it is of value to the person who owns it. But swords, hammers, gold pieces, their job is to continue being in use.
And he says, how would an order sheet of fish pies fit in this idea of yours?
Well, I mean, if I were attempting to make one of these large crate orders, I imagine I'd need one. And it would so matter that you may have one available. Only if you hadn't already written on it.
So he...
Which I demonstrate by actively pointing at it in my hand while he's still talking to me.
His?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's like, yeah. Is that... You said you didn't...
Oh, yeah. Again, I'm just here for a couple of things. Do you know if the fishbowl serves anything other... This might sound hilarious to you. Serves anything other than fish pies?
Is that my order sheet you're holding?
No, yes. You can have it back. I was just making a point.
He takes it back and looks at it. There is this... in the Lord of the Rings, during the Tom Bombadil sequence of the Fellowship of the Ring, there's a sequence where Frodo gets the ring back from Bombadil, and Tolkien writes it that Frodo looks at the ring suspiciously, like you would look at a magic item handed back to you by a juggler at a show. And that's exactly what this guy does. He like looks at the sheet, like both sides, and he says, and what was the question? I'm sorry, Brenda, what was the question Zafra asked him about?
Yes. Do you know if this establishment serves pies other than fish pies?
And he says, well, Elthan can sometimes give you some custom pies, but, and he's still looking kind of at the sheet. I don't think you'll have anything much to worry about, because, looks like you're up next anyway. So, pleasure talking to you. I'm just going to let this next person go for a second. And he like steps back, and some random woman behind him steps up to you and kind of smiling. And you see the person you were talking to kind of, again, folding it and very carefully putting it into his vest and then crossing his arms over his vest as he's back there. And Zafra, you have now reached the front of the line. And
pleasure speaking to you.
And as you turn around, you see this person known as Elthar. As I said, elderly man, but not sort of feeble. Is in the process of doing things, and he's about to say something to you, and then you hear someone say, "Uncle, we got another 35 over on the left side." All right, that's fine. Just move the 35 over. There's going to be 50 more coming, in just a few minutes. All right. And he looks back to you. Yes, sir. I don't think I recognize you from before. May I have your order sheet so I can give you your pies?
Apologies, no order sheet. I'm not making a big crate order like everyone else seems to be.
Oh. Well, what can I do for you then?
2 fish pies, just 2 very small ones. And I was actually curious whether you do anything on the vegetarian side. It turns out my friend is in the mood for beets.
Beets, I see. We don't really do that much, to be honest with you, at least beets. We do mostly fish pies here, and a couple of times we do some cinnamon pies, too. But there is a place you could go, the market. That's all the way down by the docks. If you go down by the market, there's several people there that sell some good vegetables, fresh ones, too. Sometimes I use them, but the only ones that I've got are ones that I would put in with the fish pies, and, well, I can't really get those out of ones that have already been spoken for, So the market, that would be my suggestion. And in the meantime,
Understood.
He pulls the 2 fish pies that you've asked for. He says, "You're lucky, These were pretty much the only singles I've got left. Everything else is a group order." And you can see that like 4 or 5 more people have come in behind you, and behind the red-haired man that you were talking to.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does seem like everybody else is prepared for quite quite a few many parties today. I imagine between the Kingfisher Festival and my good friend Greenshield's funeral. Everyone's preparing for much company over this past few days, over the next few days.
You
Which
know
I-
about Ispin too.
I think is grand.
Yeah, Ispin's
Yes.
a good man. Ispin, good man. You should come to his funeral tonight if you weren't already. He had good things to say about many people, and there's a lot who are going to miss him a great deal.
I am indeed among those people's number. His funeral is exactly what I've come into this town for. He was very good to me, and I wish that I was better to him before he passed.
And he nods, and then you hear from behind you, "Hey, Uncle, is line going to move at all?" And Elthar says, "Oh, well, sorry, I wish I could speak more, but you can see we're a little bit busy. That'll be 5 copper per each of the pies, please."
I take the pies, thank him kindly, and I flick a gold coin in the air and leave.
Oh, and he grabs it and he says, "Oh, well, sir, you got change coming to you."
Surely you can help everyone in the line to a bite that they can eat for themselves while they're getting ready for all of the other orders they're preparing for their guests.
"Oh, it's generous of you. All right, then." And you hear some people kind of murmuring and a few smiling at you. And the red-bearded man says, "Oh, that's great." And you hear him whispering, Zaphrid, to the woman in front of him, Do you still have your order sheet? Because there's something strange. I don't. But presumably you don't stick around to hear it. You walk out with the 2 fish pies to find Cake standing to the side of the door, still drooling.
Well, yes.
Is it now a pool of drool? Is that like...
No, it's worse than that.
Oh, no.
There's
It's worse.
there's probably a bit of a kerfuffle around him because he is kind of hunched over and just like, and he has got frothing red pouring out of his mouth and down his chest, and he just it's a bit of a sight.
Friend, are you okay?
There are villagers who are all sort of like standing some distance and kind of like looking at each other.
You want some beets? And
there's
take Cake's hand and
there is just the very edge of one of his teeth, like sticking between them, is the very top of the greens of a beet sticking out from his teeth. He is clearly just had a beet on him and got tired of waiting for more and was just scarfing down so fast that he forgot to breathe. And so his saliva is now foaming red with beet juice, and he is just
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I like you a lot, guy. And I take Cake's hand and I say, "We're going to the market for beets." And I walk to the market. And I imagine just for the purposes of not taking very long, I get to the market and I buy however many beets 1 gold piece can buy.
That's a good number of beets, actually.
Good because you're going to need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I just put it in a bag and I just tie it to Cake's arm.
yeah. So, and the market is, I would say, despite being crowded, is extremely pleased to see the purchase. And you get the impression, Zafra, that a few people may have started to talk about the presence of a Kender Minotaur pair, one of whom is frothing at the mouth a lot, and the other of whom throws gold pieces at people like they're going out of style. And so you have attracted a bit of an audience, let us say. by the time we cut to some of what the others are doing. So you folks are in the market in the southern side of the village, just to be clear. Now, Vess was going up to Becklin. Stellan was going with Vess. Minadora, you were going to the Brass Crab. So I want to end with the Brass Crabs. I want to start with Stellan and Vess going up to Becklin. So, in 1 second, because my music is doing something weird. 1 second. All right, I would like you...
He's actually going to start the Final Fantasy fight music any second now.
Yeah, exactly.
Dora and
I fully expected you to end that sentence with "to show me the way."
Every day. All right. Yeah, Peter Frampton retired here. That was it. If you put them into vinegar, we'll be in a real pickle. Very nice, Prince Justin. Well done. Well done. That's that kind of Hugo nominated winning punning that we like to see here. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Vess, you and Stellan make your way up to Thornhill Keep. Now, a couple things to note about Thornwall. First of all, these are the ruins, and you can see it as you get close to it, Vess, without even having to look, that this is definitely an ancient Salaminic keep. The way that the walls are designed, the way that the towers are built. Obviously, this was built by Knights of Salamnia also. And you can see that it is, however, perhaps a little bit like the knights themselves, not the way that it always was in the past. There are some partially ruined walls which surround the keep's 3-story tower. There is a 3-story tower, and the road sort of makes its way right up to the front gate. But there is something very strange and unusual about the keep, Vess, besides the ruined walls. And it is that on the roof of the keep, there is what you can only describe as a catapult, sort of like it looks like some weird catapult rubber band thing that, and you and Stellan, sorry, did I say Minadora? I apologize. I meant to say Stellan. You and Stellan can both see this weird catapults thing, which looks completely out of place and is definitely not Salamnic, on the roof of the keep. And you're not really sure what that's about, but it's there.
And Stellan actually asks, like, because he notices you kind of looking at it too, or like, that normal? It doesn't look like a, I mean, forgive me, that doesn't look like a very knightly weapon.
no, but perhaps needs must to protect the people of this town. I am looking forward to speaking to this Beklanuth Vinaran.
Yeah, I think I'm going to let you take the lead on that, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the combat. So,
Of course. Thank you.
That's after you. And yeah.
And as you come up
And by the way, I just looked around here because I've never been in a place this large, so I'm very much like not quite the country bumpkin, but certainly Stellan is looking around at like everything. Never been to a town this large before.
Yeah, and it does remind you a little bit of villages that you've been in, but just larger for sure, and certainly a lot busier.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
As you get to the top, sort of right near the gate, you can see that the gate doors are open, and there is someone standing there who is speaking. Let's see if I can get a image of that person out here for you. 1 second. Should be down there. Carry the one. Okay. This person, I will increase the size so you all can see it a little bit. This person who is dressed
Keanu Reeves?
Exactly. You see Keanu Reeves, he's like, he sees you, he's like, I'm thinking I'm back. No, that's not what you see. And there's a dog by him. No, none of that is the case. But you do see a dark-haired man, young man, a little older than you, probably, Stellan, but not maybe mid-20s though, not like way older. Standing there, he wears a blue tunic. He's got good-looking sort of leather pants and boots, and he has a sword at his belt. And he is talking with 2 villagers as you sort of come up, and you can hear him speaking with them, and he says, look, I've told you before, Becklin's really clear about this, all right? You've got to make sure that you keep the paths clean and clear. Otherwise, there's going to be no moving through them. We've got the funeral to deal with tonight. You've got the stuff to deal with tomorrow. You've got to make sure that the roads are clear, so you can't set your stands up there. And one of them says, yes, but Becklin said that we could. She said that she'd be... And the person interrupts and says, she said that you could bring a stand to the village, not that you could put it in the middle of the entry road that everyone's going to use to get in here. And the person says, well, but how are people going to see our stuff? And he says, the same way they're going to see everyone else's stuff. You don't get to put a booth anywhere you want. Now, you've got a space. That's the place you've got to go. And the other one sort of like, nods. This one says, come on, Darrett. You've got to give us a hand here. And the aforementioned Darrett says, I'd be giving you a hand to my own firing if I don't do what Becklin told me to do. Now, you go to the spot that you're supposed to be. And the villager kind of like, fine. On your own head be it if some of the best milk that you're going to find doesn't get sold to people and goes bad because you put us in some alleyway somewhere. And Darrett says, never mind. Your milk will keep longer than that. And he seems, fairly, like he's not stern. He's doing this with a fairly good grace. But the villager finally sort of walks off a little bit muttering, followed by what might be sort of maybe an assistant or something like that. And they kind of walk past you muttering. And as he sees you, this man, he kind of folds his arms, and he sees you, Stellan and Vess, and he says, well, if you have anything you want to tell me about a stand that you need to get or buying a permit to be able to exhibit, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it now because, and then he catches a glimpse of your armor, Vess, and he says, oh, but maybe not then. And he kind of bows slightly. He says, Knight of Solamnia, from the sword, I think.
Yes, you're correct, and well met. I am here looking for Becklin Uth Vineron. She could indicate me.
She is inside. I am Darrett Highwater. You could call her, I am a knight who serve her. We are essentially a group of two. The knights assigned her to this place, and I've been training underneath her. So I handle some of the day-to-day work. And it's good work when people remember what a permit is. He kind of sort of looks at the people walking away, and he says, but in any case, I'm happy to bring you to her. But what's your name? He says to you, Stellan.
You may call me Stellan. I met this good knight on the road, and we have news to tell your commander?
All right. Well, that sounds ominous. She's fairly busy getting things set up, but I can give you a few minutes.
We will need to speak with her directly, please.
And he nods and he says, all right. Well, let me go get her then. No promises though. She's a good person, Becklin, but she's only one person, and there's a lot dealing with her attention.
Sir Knight, I'm sorry I don't know the means of address. Perhaps we should have this conversation inside.
Why? Is there something dangerous?
We will follow you to her.
What she said.
We will follow you to her, please.
This news is better told in private. Please, if you could take her to her, I will follow.
I see.
He's trying his best, but he's like really not sure exactly how he got into the situation. But he's like, yeah.
He says, all right then. Well, follow me. And he turns.
I wait for her to go first.
Do you?
I follow with confidence.
Oh, yeah. I am coming last in this procession. Absolutely.
So he enters the keep, and you follow. The inside of the keep is in many ways similar to what you saw from the outside. It is broken down in some ways, but it is still very well kept inside. In fact, there are several people that are currently sweeping the stones as you walk in, and they sort of pause. They look up and they kind of sort of see you, Stellan, and then they look back down, and then one of them does a double take because they've seen Vess, and they go, and they bow very low to you, Vess. And you notice that the several people inside this keep are very respectful of you in a way that you have not encountered elsewhere. bowing to you and sort of nodding as you walk by, and Darrett walks by. He brings you up to the second floor of the tower, basically. As you're sort of walking around, the other thing to note I should mention is that around the keep, you can see, just as you're walking in the gate, that there are several shallow pits and covered excavation sites and things like that that you can see around the outside, as if there's been some recent work done to the keep. You don't know what that's about, but you do notice that. He brings you to, sorry, not the second floor, first floor, brings you to the first floor door, and he says, and he knocks several times and then knocks again. And the door opens, and walking out, or standing at the door, I should say, is this person. I will bring this person on, and again, I will increase the size here so you can see this person. So Becklin, who seems to be this person, Becklin looks essentially like a woman of middle years, I think might be the best way to describe it, with grayish hair. But you can see that her gray eyes also burn quite brightly. And when she opens the door, she is wearing simple tunic and breeches, not armor. But she does have a sword at her belt, like Darrett. And Becklin sort of sees you and sees Darrett, and she sort of looks at Darrett, and Darrett says, "I'm sorry, Becklin, but these two have come to see you. Apparently something happened that they need to speak with you about in private." And she nods slowly, and she says, "I see. Well, if it's important, then please come inside. We're a little busy getting ready for the festival and the funeral tonight, but we can certainly speak for a minute or two. And don't worry about it, Darrett. Just man the door if you wouldn't mind." And Darrett sort of walks a few steps away, and then he says, "And what happens if I have to man the door with more people asking for permits?" And Becklin says, "You'll handle them just the way you always do." And Darrett says, "Oh, handle them by..." And he sort of mutters something as he walks off.
Pitching him into the river.
Yeah, he mutters something as he walks off, and Becklin sort of smiles at you and says, "All right then, we have some seats inside here," and she brings you inside this library. Not a huge library, but as you take a look around just very quickly, you can see that there's considerable age to these books. The titles of them sort of stand out. You see things about dragons and quite a number of things about the code and the measure. Stellan, Vess, you probably are familiar with what these books might be, but you see a lot of them surrounding you. Very
Dragon
nice,
books sound
heavy, sort of leather-bound books too. Yeah, good quality. And she brings you to a couple of chairs and sits down, and she said, and has you sit down, and she says, "May I offer you some water or drink? You may have been on the road a while. It looks like you have been."
Look at Bess. I don't say anything.
Thank you for your hospitality. We would certainly accept some water as we share news that we feel is of great importance to you.
All right then. Well, what exactly is the news?
There were a few Knights of Salamnia outside of town, I believe 3 altogether, that were helping to fight again to protect some soldiers, and I hand over the scroll with their orders.
And she reads it, kind of scanning it quickly. All right, yes.
They were fought by this brave young man and his companions. I did not see the fight, but I saw the aftermath. And these Knights of Salamnia were turned into Draconians and attacked the very people they were sent to protect.
Draconians.
If I may, Knight, Mistress.
Please.
I actually happened to come across the fight. The knights were beset by Draconians, and all through the time we've been walking and talking through the town, he's been carving on that piece of wood, and now he sets a little figure of a Draconian on the table in front of her.
She kind of stares at
wings
it.
and all. And my companions and I happened to fight them off, but unfortunately, your knights were slain by the time we got there. They seemed to be ransacking the wagon the knights had, and we dispatched 2 of them, and the other, was it 3, I think, fled into the woods. But this near to your village, obviously we felt it important to come here and inform someone right away.
She picks up the carving and she kind of stares at it. And then she says, Draconians. But this is madness. Those are only legends.
Listen to me, Becklin. Which order is she from? I should be able to tell.
Yes, she is an Order of the Crown.
Okay. Ooh, very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me, Becklin of the Order of the Crown. Not only were Draconians spotted, but I was visited in a dream by Paladin himself, who has returned to us, and I indicate my armor. I am very straight delivery. And he warned me of the return of the Dragon Queen, and how we must prepare for her arrival, which is not only imminent, but at this very present she is spreading her evil across the world.
But Stellan's eyes are like as big as saucers.
Yeah,
of
well, you're not alone.
Right? Like,
she does the same, and she's like, Paladin, and she
Paladin
kind of like,
himself.
and she kind of leans back, and she says, "You're the Order of the Sword, yes?"
I am indeed.
And you had introduced yourself as Vesper Thorn, I believe.
Yes, yes.
And so she says, Vesper Thorn, Knight of the Sword. I don't want to disbelieve you, but what you've suggested is ghosts and legends appearing before us. I see the claw marks on your armor, but Paladin himself? Draconians in our midst? This is a great deal to take in at once. And she kind of, her eyes flicked back and forth. I mean no disrespect in saying this, knight. I believe that you are who you say you are, but it would not be the first time if someone were masquerading as a knight to convince others of a particular course of action. And her,
of course,
it's not a glare, it's a very, though, searching gaze, Vess.
Kind of glare back at her.
She's not glaring at you, Stellan, by the way. Yeah, I know.
Like,
you're off to the side.
Yeah.
She's staring at Vess, just to be clear.
But I'm like mad on her behalf,
Yeah.
basically. Because, and granted, I'm taking her totally at face value. But I'm like, why shouldn't I? So yeah. Like,
I do not believe that Paladin expected anybody to just come at me and tell them of this dark prophecy without some proof. He marked my armor, yes, but he also gifted me with this. And I offer my hand and invite her to put hers in mine.
She does, slowly.
I hold her hand and I cast Cure Wounds on her, which is a magic that is no longer available.
She snatches her hand back, and she's like, what is this? And she kind of stares at her hand, and then she looks up at you, and she says, what?
Marie, did we see anything when you cast a spell? There was like some kind of, or was it just like between the two of you? I'm just curious because Stellan would want to know.
I think I would like it if you're okay with it, Greg, if like the claw marks would glow on the armor, like to indicate, to indicate magic that's emanating from Paladin.
And you see tears well up in her eyes, and she says, "It cannot be. It can't be. That was healing. I was healing from Paladin."
Stellan leans forward at that.
She kind of like looks around her, and then she like grips the desk like she's making sure it's real, and it's not possible Draconians and Paladine, and there are no healers. The gods that have left. They left. They're
They
gone.
left. But two of them, it seems, have returned. If you look to the sky, you'll see that the very stars that represent them are gone, because they're here. Paladine has come to help us fight Takhisis, but unless we unite and prepare the people of Kryn, it will all be for naught.
And she stands up and she sort of walks over to one of the shelves and she's like rubbing the back of her neck, and you can see on the back of her neck that there are scars and so on from a lifetime of, battles and things like that. And she says, I was posted here by the order some years ago. I came to protect these people, but also for retirement. I thought that these people, it's been an easiest job. And she turns to you and you can see that she has a tear rolling down her cheek, and she says, these are good people here. They're good people. They're not soldiers. They're not an army. Do you understand me? They're not an army.
Listen to me, Becklin. When I came in here, I saw something I have not seen in my travels across Kryn, and that was a people who respect the Knight of Solamnia as a way that I can only hope someday the Order would once again be respected. And that is because of you. You have done this. You have led them to see you as more than what some would call betrayers during the Cataclysm. You yourself have shown them that the Order is more, and you have inspired them to follow you already, whether you realize it or not. And now I believe that it is fate that brings me to you first to speak of this news, because you have inspired so many already, and you will inspire more with Paladine at your back as well.
And she holds up a hand. She says, Vespera Thorn, these are... How long have you been a knight?
Oh, for some time. She looks to the side. She's she's in her 40s. So, I did not join when I was young. It was not passed to me from my family, but by choice. But a good over a decade.
She wipes away the tear and she comes over, and Stellan, as she leans over, you feel almost a kind of static electricity coming from her. She is extremely intense. And she leans over and she says, your words show respect and honor, but I cannot judge based simply on respect and honor. Because if I do, I throw these people that you say I have inspired into danger. We must find out more about this threat. If someone had come into me randomly, and she looks at you, Stellan, if just you by yourself, and it, please do not take offense, but if you had come to me with this story, I probably would have set you on the road again. But...
Understood.
But the healing is... And she sort of nods slowly and she says,
yeah,
there are too many people in town right now for me at this very second to summon them and get them all together. It would cause mass panic. So what we will do instead is I will take a couple of them and perhaps send Darrow with them to do a little bit of reconnoitering. We will ask him to be especially careful. No direct confrontations, only looking from the forest itself. And perhaps, if you would be willing to do so, we might even send you along on one of these trips. Perhaps at the end of the Kingfisher Festival, which will be the day after tomorrow. We could have a reconnoitering, see what we can find of these tracks. If these Solamnian knights have died, they will be given a proper burial, and perhaps we'll be able to track down these creatures, these Draconians as you call them. If that's true, then I'll send for help. We'll get a whole division here. But that's assuming that all of this pans out. I don't have full control, you understand, of everything here. I'm reliant on the others, at least the rest of the people. And she explains to you that that it's actually the Knights of Solamnia. There is an order to the north of here that basically assigned her to this place, a few days' travel. And Vogler has, frankly, even though it is a bit of a larger village, has never needed more than a couple of nights. Frankly, a couple of nights is pretty damn good to start with. And also, it's a sleepy fishing village, right? Or at least that's how she describes it. Mm. She says, would that at least provide some sense of satisfaction?
I nod, and I hold up the 2 swords from the knights that I've gathered. And they were both male, right? The knights? Or
yes,
could I tell?
They were both.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. There was 1 man, 1 woman. That's not true. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I'll hold up the sign and say, of course, that works. I would expect you to act no less to protect the people that you were sent here to protect. You are true to your oath. Here are the swords that I have taken from our fallen brother and sister. We must bury them with honor as soon as possible, but they would understand if that would have to wait for now. But as soon as we may, let us bring them home with honor. And, if I may, the protection that you feel towards these people will only serve you right in the time to come if you keep Paladine's warning close to your heart.
And she kind of nods slowly, and she takes the swords, and she lays them very carefully on the table. And then she goes over to one of the shelves, and she takes from it a square of folded purple velvet, and lets it very carefully unfolds it, brings it over, sort of half folded still, puts the half down, lays one sword on it, takes the other fold, puts it over, lays the other sword on that, and then combines them. So basically 2 swords are together, wrapped in velvet, and then carefully bearing this packet of swords, if you will, brings it over to the shelf the velvet came from and puts it on there. And she says, the swords will thus be protected from damage, from rust or decay, until we have been able to bury them with the people that wielded them, as is our way. And she turns to you and she says, I thank you for bringing me this news and for trying to help as best you could. I will be asking more of you, Vespera Thorn and Stellan. You are not bound by the rules of our order, she says, turning to you. But if you were one who saw this, then I would ask for your help as much as for the knight here.
This is my first time encountering these beings, but my order does have records of them from, well, my mentor spoke of them. I've never seen one, but we know they existed long ago. If they have returned, then we are honor bound to fight alongside you.
And her eyes sort of open.
Them.
Her eyes open, and she says, may I ask your mentor's name?
Kella?
And she says, then it must be. And she sort of goes over to a little side desk behind the table, and she picks up some sheets, and she says, of course, I was a fool not to see it before. Stellan and Knight Vespera Thorn. And she nods. You are here for Ispin's funeral, are you not?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I know you from your descriptions, for it was I who sent you the invitations. I adventured with Ispin, and he asked that certain people be brought to his funeral. And she points at there's a fairly big stack of papers, and she's like, and I have been checking them off as they arrive. As you know, Ispin had many friends, and she kind of gets a slight quirk smile. And she says, so at the funeral tonight, afterwards, during the festival tomorrow, we will speak more of this. And perhaps during that time, we'll be able to make plans for how to track down these creatures. In the meantime, I would ask that you do not alarm the villagers with this. They will have no knowledge of it, and The last thing we need is for any of them to panic at this time.
May I ask you a question of simple curiosity before we thank you for your time and let you get on with the many things you have to do? She points to the big pile of invitations.
Of course.
What is the weapon? It seems to be a weapon that you have atop the keep.
Oh, and she kind of gets this very sort of bemused, might be the way to describe it, expression. And she says, so we have a gnome that lives here. His name is Than, and he was a friend of mine and of Darrett's. And, well, it's called, he calls it something different. And when he built it, he said that it was, well, it was going to be really useful to do some experiments in travel. He calls it a gnome flinger. He says it's the fastest way to get from one place to another. The truth is, I let him build it on the roof, well, both because I like Than and also because it looks terrifying to people. I thought it might act as a kind of deterrent. If someone saw the keep and then this catapult thing, well, they might think twice before launching an assault. He fine-tunes it once in a while, but it's not been tested yet, so far as I know.
Beth smiles because that is amusing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
She gets this tight smile that's sort of the, yes, Than, yes, that guy.
Well, hopefully you will not have the chance to use it tomorrow, although I am rather curious. But thank you for your time, and we will keep this quiet until we may talk again tomorrow and discuss next steps.
And she stands and she says, "It is I who must thank you." And she bows very low. And then she says, and holds out her arm and says, "Until Paladine calls us home." And does this, like, the arm clasp maneuver type of thing. Yeah.
Vess returns it warmly and bows as well. "Until Paladine calls us home," she answers and nods her farewell.
And she nods to you and says, "And best to you as well, Stellan. We will speak more."
I look forward to it.
And as the two of you head to what perhaps might be the Brass Crab to speak to Minadora, when we get back from our break, we'll talk to Minadora about what she's found there. Little more splitting the party stuff, but we are exploring a bit of this village, whether it's seeking beats or whether it's seeking knights and healers. I am joined, as always, by the Infinity and Beyond crew of Trend Sparks, John Helfers, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, and Jennifer Brozek doing their usual wonderful work. We're going to take a break. It's 10:06. We will be back here, let's say a little bit after, give it 5 minutes, like 10, 11, 10, 12, something like that Eastern. We'll go until 11 o'clock tonight, but we have the Brass Crab to find, and we have a funeral to run. So while we take a break, make sure you get some water, hydrate, do all that kind of stuff as well. And we'll be back at you in just a little bit with the second part of day 2 of Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen Funeral for a Friend. Until then, please hold tight. All right. Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah.
We are back. Welcome back to day 2 of Dragonlance, D&D with IMB, Dragonlance Shadow, the Dragon Queen, Funeral for a Friend. We haven't got to that funeral yet because
We can
we've
combine
been
them
looking
into
around the
funeral for the Dragon Queen. Funeral for the Dragon Queen, and then we're all good.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
fine. Yeah.
Funeral for the Dragon Queen. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Done.
Shadow of the Beats. That's how we'll call it. That'll be that thing. When we last left our heroes, we've now had a chance to talk to Daryl. We've had a chance to talk to Becklin. We have had a chance to meet with Ethane, that a lot of people called Uncle, at the fishbowl. And we've had what looked like possibly a rabid minotaur, but was actually just eating some beets. And that brings us down to where Minadora has been, which is, let me bring everyone down here. Which is the brass crab. Let me just zoom in a bit on that. There we go. So, Minadora, as you walk up, a couple things I wanted to mention. One thing I did forget to mention, which was important for everybody, is that when you went through that gate to the north, which you can see is that sort of like literally from the path that leads into this one gate next to the keep. I did want to mention that the river gate, which was unguarded, is a 15-foot tall wooden archway, and there are 2 leaping fish that were carved on its frame. And over the years, you would guess, you can see that there are prayers listed on the scales of the fish. So, may the fish always be plentiful. May we sustain from what we fish. May there be more tomorrow than today. You also see a couple of cheeky ones, like, I swear it was this long, and there's like a stick figure holding their hands out, like the size of the fish type of thing. And there are 2 large wooden doors that stand within the arch, but they are embedded in the surrounding dirt. You would guess that it's been many years since those doors have been closed. I mention that only because, Minadora, as you're walking down to the place, to the brass crab, you see fish motifs of some kind or another everywhere. There are decorations of fish and fishing poles and fishing nets and all that stuff.
I'm sure I was here before once upon a time, and I've seen those.
And you've seen this before. Yeah, exactly. And at Vogler has definitely not changed very much in those times, from what you can tell, because all of that stuff is present. And as you get down to the brass crab, you can see that it is basically this modest single-story inn, which is on the village wharf. Its exterior looks vaguely a little bit like a crab, actually. Like, if you were to look at it a certain way, you would see that there are these 2 sort of outbuildings to either side of it, which almost could serve as claws. You get the impression that might have been what it was part of. And as you come up to the inn, you can see that there are a number of wagons which have been drawn up next to the front of it and are sort of stacked. And there's this one sort of relatively officious-looking person, kind of an older man with brown hair, mustache, who's kind of barking orders at people as everybody is struggling to move wagons out of the way. You get the impression that a lot of people may be staying here, but at least a lot of proprietors, merchants, and so forth are staying here in preparation for things. And so seems fairly busy outside, I guess, Minadora, as you walk up to the front doors.
I guess I'm just going to have to find out where else there is to stay, because this place is probably booked solid.
Possibly.
But, nobody stops me. I will just slip inside.
Okay. When you slip inside, there are indeed a number of people that you can see, and a number of them are speaking to. They're sort of talking to each other. There's a lot of chatter in the room, and you can see several people. It's not really an argument. You think it's sort of more of a discussion. You catch something about rising prices and something about tariffs and things like that. You're not quite sure. Some deal with that, but there's a lot of sort of discussion of mercantile matters, from what you can tell, inside this place. And there are a number of different groups of people here as well that you see, mostly human though. And you're in a large kind of relatively large circular common room. And on the far end, there are two things that stand out in particular. One is that a woman wearing an apron and looking to be probably middle years, good sized. You can actually see like probably some muscles in the arms. This looks like someone who spends a lot of her time tending to stuff on the ground, as it were, like, moving tables and chairs and, doing stuff like that. And she is talking with a very earnest looking younger woman who is standing next to an older man, both dressed in sort of relatively nice clothing, maybe merchants, both of them. So the one thing you notice is her. You suspect she's the proprietor because of the way that they're talking to her. The second thing you notice is that on one wall of the sort of beyond them, on the end of this circular room, there is a faded mural of two enormous crabs that are literally locked in combat. And unless you're missing your guess, they're inlaid with brass details. So there's like little brass outlines, and like you can see sort of the whole thing looks like it's been both painted but also more permanently placed with these brass fixings. Must have looked really impressive back in the day. And so that is what you see.
Okay. Well, is there like a bar or anybody behind the bar?
Not at the moment. There is there is kind of a desk behind which this woman that I mentioned is standing talking to the younger woman, the older man.
Okay. And this is where the funeral's supposed to be?
This is where you're supposed to meet to find out where the funeral is.
Okay.
Your
Well,
invitation
then I
has told
guess
you to come here.
I will head up to that desk.
Okay. And as you get close, you can hear this sort of discussion, which is, look, the young woman says, I know that we hadn't booked the room ahead of time, but we had no way of contacting you. We need some place that we can stay. And the woman behind the counter says, I understand, missus, and if I could do it, I would. But the problem is I can't create rooms out of nothing. You know how busy we are out here. Now, it's no problem for you to leave your wagon out there, and if you can find another place in town, well, the wagon will stay as safe as you please, well, as long as it's here, but I don't have a room for you. And the older man says, well, that seems like not the way to treat people who are hoping to bring some commerce to your town. And she says, well, commerce may be, but there's plenty of other people engaged in commerce, as you say, and there's no rooms for you. And the young woman sort of like, seems somewhat frustrated as you come up alongside Minador.
Well, I will just wait patiently with my raven on my shoulder, and I'll open my book and I'll be like, oh, talking to the raven, comprehend languages. What are you going to get me into? That's new. And I just wait.
And Isha kind of tilts her head.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Tilts her head, but doesn't say anything. Okay. Tilts her head, sort of looking at the same book. Also, sleep well, Helmus. Thank you. And also, hi, Proxima. War crabs from the Hot Butter Brigade. Yes, indeed. So Isha tilts her head, and after another minute or so, the young woman kind of, all right, well, we'll do the best we can, but if we can't find anything, I guess we'll just have to wait outside. Maybe we'll sleep in the cart. Come on, Dad. And she turns around and starts walking off, and the man says, all right, well, I guess we'll just have to sleep in the cart. All right, then. And he sort of turns around. You get the impression he was just repeating her for some reason, and follows her. And the woman behind the desk sort of sighs. And what may I do for you, miss? Oh, and for your raven, I see. What may I do for you?
I pull out the invitation. I was told to come here to find out where the funeral is. I have an invitation.
Oh, and she looks at it and she says, yes, well, that makes sense. That would be Becklin who sent out these invitations. And if you've got one of these, then, well, you're certainly welcome in this village. My goodness, Ispin certainly knew people from all walks of life. If you don't mind my asking, well, how exactly did you come to know Ispin? I mean, Ispin, once he came here, was already well, we didn't even know whether to believe his stories, but every time I think he must have told us a tall tale. they come true. So how did you know him?
He left an artifact with me that he thought was too delicate and dangerous to go on his travels with him, and he needed someplace safe to put it.
Oh, now, and she kind of gets this sort of slightly, and she narrows her eyes a bit, and she says, "It sounds like there's a story in that. Is that true? How long is this story?"
Well, I wouldn't want to keep you from your work, and
listen, it's not about keeping us. No, it's not about keeping.
I will need to go find a place to stay. I overheard. I wouldn't want to.
Well, and she kind of looks uncomfortable. Well, it's just you. It's just one of you. You'll be needing a room. It's just you, right?
I did travel in with another woman, a knight of Salamnia.
Oh, a knight of Salamnia. Well, Becklin will be wanting to speak to her. I mean, she's a knight of Salamnia too.
They're speaking with her right now.
Oh, all right. Well, so you just you and the knight then. That's it, eh?
That I traveled with, but we did meet up with several other people. But I suspect they're going to have to find their own accommodations. One of them is very unusual. Would be quite the draw.
Her eyes get even narrower. When you say very unusual, how unusual?
He's a Kender.
And she looks around and like, the first one. He travels with a Kender.
Oh, a Kender. Okay, all right.
He's a Minotaur.
And she says, before you can say Minotaur, she says, "Now, this Kender, you make sure that you're watching your purse around him, aren't you?" Around them.
I've lived near Kender home for a long time.
All right. Okay. So there's a Kender. All right. And besides them,
with, she looks around, a Minotaur.
She says a Minotaur, and the voice like echoes around the. You. Oh, she's. Oh, I'm sorry. That's amazing. There's a Minotaur and a Kender traveling together along with you and a knight of Salamnia. I can't. Well, it's.
Two rooms would be just too much, wouldn't it?
Well, and she looks extremely uncomfortable. All right. Well, look. It's like this. Technically, I don't have any rooms available. But in fact, one of the rooms belongs to a drunkard who's going to spend most of his time over at the fishbowl drinking that stuff that they call ale. By the time he's done drinking it, he'll either pee it all out or he'll be passed out from alcohol poisoning. But whatever it is, he probably won't come back here. So that's one room. And then there's an extra room. Now, it's not big, mind you, but if you would be willing to tell me a couple of stories from this companion of yours about them, anything you happen to know.
Absolutely.
I kind of trade in stories, you understand, and
you do?
Yes, I have many of them.
Do you want just? I can't remember the name of the guy that worked the funeral. What's his name again?
Ispin Greenshield.
Do you want stories of Ispin, or do you want other stories?
Oh, I'd be happy to have stories of Ispin, but we'll hear some of those tonight at the funeral too. But if you've got a special one that you saved just for me, my name's Yalme, by the way, and as I'll tell you that, as if anyone knows Yalme, they'll know that she can spin a story with the best of them, but only if I get practice. The truth is, Vogler's a great place, but there's a lot of talk of fish. You understand what I mean? Like, there's only so many times you can hear the story about the one that got away.
Do you want to know stories from before the cataclysm? Or
her eyes widen, like, before the cataclysm. You mean you were there?
Yes, of course I was.
And she sort of like staggers back, holds onto the wall behind her.
She says, I was there when the gods threw a mountain upon Istar. On the 13th day of Yule, the third day of the new year, the sky burns, and a fiery mountain is launched from the heavens at Istar. The impact drags the city of Istar into the depths of the newly formed Blood Sea.
a woman comes in and says, could you, and she says, not now, not now. And the woman's like, what? And she like backs out and she's like, go on, go on.
From the depths of the newly formed blood sea and fragments the rest of the nation, Ergoth is torn from the mainland to form 2 great islands. Waters pour from central Ascalon, forming the new sea and shrinking the central plains. To the south, lands rise and waters recede. And I was there.
Oh, all right. Goodness. And she sort of gradually stabilizes herself from like, now has decided to start gripping the desk so she doesn't fall over. And she's like, well, this, I mean, all right, look, these 2 rooms that I told you, I can promise that I've got them. I don't know how many people I can fit in, but unless you're, I don't know how big this Minotaur is, but they can't be more than 5 feet, right? Just bring them all here, and we'll figure out a way. And I won't even charge it so long as you can tell me a couple more of these stories. And if you
I
can
tell you
convince
of the fall of Palanthus,
Oh,
the Tower of Palanthus.
the fall of yes, of course. I'm so glad you walked in today. This was going to be a very sad day just about Ispin, but well, if there's one thing Ispin loved to do, it's tell a good story, and if you're telling stories, well, it's like you're serving his memory. It would be wrong. And she sort of stands up, puts her hands on her hips. It would be immoral not to tell stories on the day that Ispin Greenshield's funeral is held. Right? And she kind of stares at you almost like
Absolutely.
she
That
nods
would be
furiously.
wrong.
All right. Well then, absolutely. That's yes. Well, let me show you to where the room actually is. It's actually right past there. Just to the right of George there. And she points at one of the crabs when she says
Right.
George.
So the smaller room can be for myself and Vespera Thorn, and this larger room can be for Stellan and Zafra, and the Minotaur's name. And she leans in and says, his name is Cake.
Cake.
Yes.
Oh, stunning. You know what I always heard of Minotaurs is that they're really good at, like mazes and things. So probably he may look like a huge beast, but I'll bet he's got a razor sharp intellect.
Well, I just met him, so I don't know.
Oh, I can't wait to ask him stories. I imagine he'll have plenty
sure
to say.
It will be fascinating.
Okay. So she takes you off to look at this room, which is quite as small as advertised. She tells you, by the way, that the name of the crabs, that she doesn't know where the mural actually comes from, but that she named the crabs Fancy and Gorgeous George.
Do I actually know where the mural came from?
Probably not. I don't think you
Okay.
even are 100% sure of this.
Yeah.
And it may have been just sort of like a artist's,
George and what?
Are sort of an artist's rendering of something, but you don't remember any historical tale of 2 crabs battling each other. But
So it's George and what?
it's
Gorgeous George.
Fancy and Gorgeous George.
Fancy and Gorgeous George. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I tell them their names, and I'm like, I will wait outside for my companions to come, and I will let them know that we have a room, but that you trade in stories. And I'm sure all of them will have excellent stories.
And she nods and she says, absolutely. Now remember.
And I will tell you one, just from Green Shield, after the funeral, just for you.
All right. That's I'm so grateful. Thank you. Anything I can do for you while you're here, you just let me know. Just tell them, and if anyone says that they're supposed to be in the room, you tell them that Yalma said you could be in the room, and if they have a problem, they could come and talk to me about it. And I'll tell them that they ought to think their life choices about not being immoral people and being against stories,
I will do so.
And she nods to you, which is good timing because it's about the time that everyone else is more or less coming up to the brass crab. I want to jump us forward a little bit to that evening. and as everyone is assembled, and indeed a lot of people assemble at this place, assemble at the Brass Crab until the circular room is almost sort of like, bulging with people. And you notice that several of the people that you saw before have dressed up more than they had previously. Yalme is wearing what clearly is the dress that she pulls out once a decade for very special occasions. Like, you can tell this thing, it looks very clean, but also maybe creased as if it's been folded and kept somewhere until, this exact moment. And Becklin herself shows up dressed out in full knight regalia vest, something you're very familiar with. The Order of the Crown, which is known for having extraordinarily intricate armor work. This stuff looks like it is shiny as all get out, and looks like it is ready for prepare. And there's also one other person that arrives in addition to some of the groups that I've already spoken to. There is a dwarf, I believe. Let me confirm. 1 second. Let me make sure that's true. This, yes, that is correct. So, let me show you a picture of this person. And I will increase the size of that. And I'm trying to get, for some reason, the dwarf is fitting in my mind, but I want to make sure I'm right about that before I give us the wrong impression each of these cases. Yes, it is a dwarf. But you would know, probably, Minadora, that this is a hill dwarf. Important to note that in the Dragonlance world, there are mountain dwarves that may be sort of what you would consider the more traditional Forgotten Realms / Lord of the Rings style dwarves. But hill dwarves are the ones that after the cataclysm did not return to the mountain homes, but stayed out above ground, feeling like it was dangerous to be basically stuck underground as the mountain dwarves would. And they basically created friendships with some of the Qualinesti elves and with others in the area. Hill dwarves still maintain some of their knowledge of stone crafting and things like this, but are not, and I would not say they get along fine with their mountain dwarf cousins, but there is a little bit of like mutual, why did you go there when you could have stayed here? There's a bit of that. So most of you probably would have encountered hill dwarves at some point. But anyway, so this all is down here at, let's see.
By the way, when everybody shows up, I basically say, I've arranged for rooms. Payment is a story to the proprietress.
Okay.
Okay.
A story works for me. I have plenty of those.
You may need to assist Cake. She believes he will be razor sharp.
I mean, his
I
small,
believe that too.
And I'm like, this small room is ours. The small room is the. Oh, by the way, a drunk guy may show up to your room. Tell him that Alma said that he should. What did she say? He should rethink his ways and not go against storytelling.
Fair enough.
Does everyone in this town take storytelling so seriously?
No. However, I suspect her stock in trade is stories that others have not heard.
I thought her stock in trade was the inn she runs and provides lodging and food for people.
As she put it, not a lot goes on in here. There's a lot of talk of fish. So.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense.
So payment is a good story that you will tell her.
I suspect a lot of it is also folks are curious about the life that Espen must have lived before.
And then she will be able to share the tale, and she's quite nice.
There is a little bell that is rung, and Becklin, who's at the head of the procession, so to speak, says, "All right, friends, right out the back door here." And you go out to the back dock. Those who were closest to Ispin Greenshield, including all of you, gather on this dock overlooking the Vingard River. And there you see Ispin's body resting in a small boat. His body is wrapped in a shroud. And a musician plays a soft song as Becklin Uthviren steps forward in her ornate Solamnic armor. She smiles gently at those assembled, and in fact, I think I have a picture of this, which I will share with all of you on Roll20. And it looks a little bit like this. Okay. There we go.
Oh, okay.
And her voice carries clearly across the water, and she says, "You all knew Ispin as a friend, and there were none like him. Before he died, he told me this: there should be tales, not tears, for an old scoundrel like me." And everybody sort of like chuckles around, around you, the assembled villagers. "Make sure everyone knows my stories when I head off on the greatest adventure of them all." Minadora, you might catch sight of Yalmi here, and when she hears stories, she's like sort of nodding at everyone, like, Becklin nods, and villagers carry the boat slowly, carrying Ispin's body to the dock's edge, where she and the dwarf, whose name you have heard is Cudgel, Cudgel Ironsmile is the name, lowers the boat slowly into the water. "So let us do just that," Becklin continues, as the tiny vessel drifts out onto the Vingard River. "On the eve of the Kingfisher Festival, we celebrate you, Ispin. Good travels, friend. Till we meet again." And the boat drifts away, and as you look around, you might see a tear or two being brushed away, but mostly what you see and feel is a kind of satisfied contentment, as if this is exactly what Ispin would have wanted to know or wanted to see. And a lot of villagers here seem to have known Ispin personally, like he was the guy. As you watch the boat slowly drift away down the river. And after a moment of silence, Becklin raises her head and says, "Well, we've been asked to go back to the Brass Crab. Yalma has asked us to join, and food is provided by her and somewhat the knights. And we'd ask you to share tales. This is a moment of loss. But like we said, he would want people to talk about him. That's always what he liked the best." And everyone kind of chuckles and sort of smiles at each other. And some people, some holding hands, some with, arms around each other, some just walking quietly, all sort of make their way back into the Brass Crab. Now, Minadora, if you thought that the place was crowded before, this place is, I don't know if there's a word for standing room only. It's like, it's Gen Con exhibit hall Thursday morning, okay? Like it was, oh my God, there are so many people that are there. And there is a steady stream, and none of you know exactly how this is happening, but somehow Yalme is keeping bread and cheese, and especially local ale, coming to all the people that are standing in this room and talking to each other. Practically everyone in the village makes some kind of appearance at the reception one way or the other. And so there's a fair bit for the first 15, 20 minutes or so of people just talking and a lot of food and some other stuff being consumed. And then Becklin calls for everyone's attention and says, I have to start with one of Ispin's favorite stories. Do you remember, and she starts chuckling, the time the high sub-senior artillerist of Mount Nevermind launched her pet weasel all the way from the Gnome Enclave to Sandcrest Island and then hired Ispin to recover the thing, or at least to be able to document where it landed. And the people roar, and they're like, ah, and they start, chattering with each other. And Becklin tells another couple of these stories, and she says, we're lucky, too, because we've got people from out of town here as well. I wondered if any of you would be willing to tell us some story of Ispin. And they all look around, and Yalme says, I've heard that the Minotaur there, one called Cake, certainly knows stories. And I wonder if you might tell us a story, friend Cake, about Ispin. And everyone sort of swivels to look at Cake, big smiles on their faces, mugs of ale, and they're all looking at you, Cake.
What?
And she says, a story. Tell us how you met Ispin. How did you know him?
I know him.
But how? How'd you meet him? Tell us about it.
We fought a king.
A king? Yalma says. What kind of a king? What was the king?
It was green, I think.
Few people are sort of looking at each other. But Yalma is undeterred. A green king, you say?
Is Vest standing near
Oh, sure.
Cake at this point? Okay. He kind of gently sort of like taps her, which is probably enough to knock most people over, but she's like, wait, boop, she's gone.
It knocked her right out of the frame. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
No.
You tapped her out of the Zoom call. All right.
That was beautiful.
Best bit
Anyway,
of that,
Barely
anyway.
lost the internet connection.
so he
Oh, my God. All right.
he just kind of taps her and is like, shouldn't we wait for him to get here?
Oh, my friend. We will talk after this. But I'll turn to the tail and kind of keep a hand on him and offer him another beat. Knowing
And
his love
he
for
smiles and takes the beat and just starts eating it like an apple.
Okay.
And Vess launches into a story of said king was a brigand leader at the time, and they had been terrorizing this small village, much like your own, a bit smaller though, off of a fishing coast as well. And now Ispin, as you know, would have come up with this ridiculous plan that shouldn't have worked, but then Cake came charging in, and well, the plan somehow worked, and then she'll describe the insanity of the moment in great detail.
They roar in laughter. They kind of clap. And a couple people from the back say, that sounds like what he would do, the old sot. And they kind of elbow each other.
He wasn't just an old sod. He had secrets.
Secrets? Everyone's like, oh, hush, hush, secrets.
I met him. I knew a mere 5 decades. And over those decades, he came through time and again. But one day he came by with a small black bowl. It looked like it was made of glass. And he asked me to take care of it because it was magic. And it would be too dangerous for him to take it with him. But he warned me there would be others who wanted it, because if you did the spell correctly, you could look into the bowl and see the death of whoever was reflected within and how they would die.
Oh. And everyone's like, oh,
Yeah. Ispin had secrets among secrets. Of course, I never used it. What use is such a thing to me? But it took him 5 years to come back and take it. 5 years. And he left a horn with me then. But that's a tale for another time.
Oh, and they're all like, they're all sort of, very, very impressed. And you hear, as you finish the tale, Minadora, and the villagers are waiting to hear someone else's, you hear a, sure, likely story. And as you look over, you see that there is one person among the crowd, possibly standing a bit away from them, actually. I will show you a little bit of a picture.
I know who this has got to be.
And he says, well, Ispin was a blowhard. I suppose it makes sense that he'd gather blowhards to him. And a few people sort of are like, kind of glance at him. A couple people glare, but they don't say anything. And
I don't understand. What do you mean?
It's nothing. You just keep on with your tall tales. We'll settle back here with our ale. You and your many 100 years of life, I know. And he kind of leans back. He looks like this sort of he's blonde-haired and wears very fine clothes, like silks and things like look way above like what most of the villagers here are wearing. Even Becklin, in her own way, looks a little bit different. And he sort of is, again, just sort of standing off to the side with his own mug of ale. And the villagers, he sort of falls silent again, and the villagers are, all right. Well, Yalma says, look, what are the rest of you? Look. And she looks at you, Zafra, and she says, you must have, we're lucky enough here, everyone here, to have a kender in our midst. And she applauds, and the villagers sort of go, and you slightly sense the slight moving away from the kender. There might be a couple of bags being checked and like double locked or whatever. And
this uniform sound of everyone shuffling as if they're stepping away from me.
Yeah, and they certainly do not look like hostile towards you, but wary. And
nice one, Prince Justin.
Yeah, nice. I love that. Why do people prefer beer in taverns? It's good for what ails. Yeah, well done. I appreciate that. Good job, Prince Justin. I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter. So they say. So Yalma says. But please, you must have traveled great distances with this Hispin. Well, tell me tell us what it was like. What was it like to be with him? What can you tell us about him? And the people sort of look at you expectantly.
I've probably known Ispin the least out of all of our friends here, but the time that I have spent with him has been some of the most transformative experiences I've ever had in the company of another person. I'm sure many of you have heard some of the things that he's done in Vogler for you all, but I very strongly remember passing through a larger town elsewhere one day while witnessing the son of a wealthy noble bully some of his peers out in the street, and saw Ispin with my own eyes disarm this otherwise very talented, well-armed noble prince. Sharp, shining rapier in hand, with nothing but a mop handle. It's perhaps one of the most charming and hilarious things that I've ever seen. To the point where he sent that boy back to his father crying, and had his father calling for the town guard to have the at this point quite elderly but still spry Ispin held in stocks for embarrassing his child.
People crack up and laugh.
Right, and you would imagine at this point that embarrassing a teenager for his own foibles would be not the stuff of a hero, even though that boy deserved it. I saw it with my own eyes. But what followed was perhaps the most endearing thing to watch Ispin Greenshield talk his way out of what would have probably been a sound beating or a terrible night held with his arms and his head locked. But not only with the incredible comedy of reminding his father of all this man's crimes, but actively calling upon this noble to be of a greater inspiration to his children. That Ispen managed to see through this man's very soul to determine that everything that this young man, all of the sins that this young man was beholden to was simply the habits that he had seen at home.
And they nod and sort of like this seems to be going splendidly. They're all like really invested in the story.
And that was the kind of person that Ispen Greenshield was. A man that you all know for his feats of physical daring, as I do. And we've all seen what he can do with that very same shield. But much more often, he was actually far more talented and far more inspirational when he was totally unarmed.
And everyone just sort of smiles and sort of like, oh, no. And then you hear someone say, "Says you," as if anyone would have trusted a Kender with the story. And you can see the blonde-haired guy is now leaning back with his feet up on a table. And you hear some people muttering, but no one has said anything directly. And he says, "These stories are all very well, but honestly, do we really believe these things? We all know Ispen was a liar from the beginning." They're all just sort of looking at him.
And Cake, who has been just kind of absently chewing and looking around, completely blank stared, the moment he hears, we all know Ispen was a liar, he just turns and...
Yeah.
And does what?
I go from my book. When I see that, I close my book and I just wait.
You better go ahead.
I will. I mean, I've been with Cake on a few missions, and I'll kind of put the steadying hand on him and turn to the blonde man, say, "Excuse me, friend. We are all here to remember a friend and honor his memory. Why are you here to make trouble and disrespect that very memory that we're all here to celebrate?"
Trouble? I'm just here for the free ale. And he kicks, "Not that it's worth this stuff, if you call this swill alcohol." And he sort of, throws back another. Go ahead, Zephyr.
I'm gonna taunt him.
Okay.
Oh, this will be fun.
I'm gonna actually ask you here. Well, let me hear the taunt, and then I'm gonna tell you what to do. It's not gonna be quite the standard way of doing it, but yeah.
It has been my experience in Ispen Greenshield's company and in the company of lesser men besides, that someone who spends their time flapping their jaw meat about the good deeds of others is simply too insecure about their incapacity to be brave, thoughtful, or even just mildly interesting in the company of other people, that the only way that they can draw attention to others is through spite. And if that's all that you have to spare, I'd rather you put more alcohol in your mouth for the rest of the evening.
He kind of chuckles and he's like, "Well, that's rich coming from a Kender." And he kind of gets unsteadily to his feet. And he says, "It seems like the rest of you don't know how to take a joke. So I'll be on my way. When you're done telling the rest of these rubes your tall tales, and you need a dose of reality, you can come track me down, Kender, and we'll see whether or not these discussions of yours and my spite goes as far as your head is from the ground." He sort of turns around, and the people sort of clear a path from him, but there's a lot of like muttering and so forth as they look at him, and he sort of stumbles out of the brass crab. And there's a moment's pause, and then Yalmi says, "Well, anyway, never enough about him. We've got one
I
more story
turn-
to hear. Oh, go ahead, Zephyr. Yeah, if you want to say something.
I catch Yalma before she continues, and I go, some people forget that the rest of us were laughing at the jokes that were actually funny.
And she smiles, and the crowd sort of like, that seems to, the crowd sort of gets relieved, like, they sort of chatter, and yeah, oh, that's good. And she says, Yalma says, but there's one we haven't heard from yet. You, and she points to you, Stellan, and says, what exactly brought you here? You look pretty young to have spent time with Ispin. I mean, Ispin stayed around long enough, I suppose, to be with young and old, but, like, tell us about him. What do you know?
Was Ispin human?
Yes.
Okay. And I nod to hold on, get the name right. I nod to Zafra and say, like my companion, I didn't know Ispin long. However, I was fortunate to be at one of the very few instances where I saw Ispin bested. And with that, Stone will launch into a tale about every few years he would come by the monastery, the citadel. And one night he got into a riddle contest with Kella, my mentor, and Stellan will try to start telling the riddles back and forth, and of course, asking the crowd if you know the answers, so getting the crowd involved to call them out. It's like a half a dozen, 8, 9, 10. And finally, Kella actually stumped him, and I don't have the riddle on my... And it was one of the very few times where it's been admitted to being bested by anyone for anything.
And they all sort of chuckle.
Stellan ends this is a story you wouldn't hear Ispin tell except after he's gone.
And they kind of they love that, you know, and everyone says, everyone sort of laughs at it. And Becklin says to Stellan, a completely incompetent yet amazingly adventurous truth teller who lied all the time. And everyone smiles and grins, and they all hold up their mugs to Stellan. To Stellan. They do say that, but also they say to Ispin. I was looking at Stellan when I said that. They all toast Stellan,
yes.
but then to Ispin, and they all have a long toast to Ispin. As
my glass of water.
As the reception begins to break up a little bit, there are three things that I want to note. The first is that Cudgel, the dwarf, comes up and introduces herself to you and says, I really appreciated what all you had to say today about Ispin. It all sounded exactly the way that he actually was, both the winning and the losing. And she smiles and she says, my name is Ridimir, but they call me mostly Cudgel Ironsmile, and I'm the leader of the Ironclad Regiment. That's the mercenary group that you'll find out of town. I've been here for the last week or so getting ready for this funeral, and, I'm going to be there tomorrow, and I came to talk to you because I was hoping that perhaps you might be able to help us tomorrow with something. It's the Kingfisher Festival, you know, and, there's going to be a reenactment of the Battle of High Hill. I don't know if you know what that is, but the Battle of High Hill is where the Knights of Solamnia and the villagers of Vogler drove off a lot of those deadly creatures from the past and established this village right here afterwards. Ever since then, during the Kingfisher Festival, they have just sort of a play-acting thing. You know, no serious weapons or anything, just people having a good time. And I was hoping that you might be able to do this. Some of you look like you know your way around a sword, and she looks up at Cake, or around...
Who is still glaring at the door.
Okay.
He has not taken his eyes off that door from the moment that guy left.
Are you still slightly chewing the beat?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And she says, some of you look like you might know your way around a maul, axe, sword thing, whatever that is. Anyway, I was hoping that some of you might be willing to be a part of it. No pressure, but if you could, it would be appreciated.
As what?
Oh, well, as, you know, combatants. Well, not combatants exactly. There were all these people in the Battle of High Hill, you understand? There were villagers, it's not like a really complicated thing. When you get there, we'll just basically give you a flag to put on your shoulder, and then you run around like fools. At least that's the way I see it. The village, I could tell, they really liked the stories you had to tell, and, well, they'd love to know that people outside of the village who knew Ispin as well as y'all did, well, that should be part of, the festivities tomorrow. So, like I say, no pressure, but if you could be a part of it, well, I think people around here would probably like it, be grateful,
Well, I promised Becklin, both Stellan and I did, that we would help her with a task tomorrow, but should that not interfere with the help she might require, then I would be happy to help.
Oh, that's wonderful. And of course, whatever Becklin wants is the most important thing. But if your time serves, then I'd appreciate it. And until then, I should go back and check on the lads right now, make sure they're not getting in trouble. They're a good group, but they're a bit rough, Takes a little bit to get the refinement you need. Anyway, it was good hearing your stories tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you put your best foot forward for the reenactment, We're going to put on a show. And she sort of laughs and excuses herself. Two other things that you all note. One is something which maybe Minadora might note first, and that is that there is a guest, particularly somber one, who is a blue-skinned, everyone I think can tell that it's an elf, maybe a Sylvanesti elf, who sort of keeps to the fringes of the reception.
I thought the Sylvanesti were gold.
Yeah, this one is blue skinned though.
Because aren't there sea elves?
There are, but the Sylvanesti elves can have blue skinned ones sometimes because they're coastal too. Or can be. So she sort of is kind of watching, not in an ominous way, but is just sort of like keeping to herself. And at one point in the evening, she kind of excuses herself. She goes over to you, Minadora, and she says, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss, and I hope that you will find the peace that comes with time. And she nods to you, and before you can say anything, she turns and leaves.
Oh, okay.
Very odd, but so if you ask around, though, you would find out that her name, the only thing they know is her name is Lidara, but they don't know anything else about her. The last thing to note is that right at the very end, when it's just basically the five of you, more or less, are left, and maybe Yalmi and one or two others, Becklin approaches you and says, all of you, and says, I want to thank you again for coming. Your stories really made a difference, and also I want to thank you for dealing with Bakaris the Younger. I was hoping he wouldn't come, but nothing that family does should surprise me. Anyway, I think you put him in his place, and I'm grateful for the stories you told. I have something that Ispin left for you. I was hoping that tomorrow, in the morning before the festival gets underway, you could call on me and I could show it to you. And then, and she looks at you, Vess, we'll have our discussion about the things that you and I discussed earlier, which would probably happen the day after tomorrow, as I said. But I'd like to talk with you about those plans. If you wouldn't mind, all of you coming to Thornwall Keep, it would be a pleasure to have you.
We'll see you at first light.
And she nods and she says, thank you for your words. Thank you for your words. And she says, thank you for the stories. And she looks over at Cake and she says, and thank you for your presence. And
He's still staring at the door angrily.
Yeah. And she turns and departs. And as Yalme gets you all squared away in your rooms.
Actually, as she's doing that, I have a question for her.
Oh, sure. You can ask her quick, yeah.
Yeah, I just I couldn't quite catch the name of the young man, so I asked Yalma, who was that? Well, to be blunt, kind of blowhard who was disrupting the wake.
His name, his full one, is Bakaris the Younger, although I don't think he likes the younger part. He and his father live in a house called Westtide, about the center of town, and spend most of their time talking about how rich they are. They have added some money into the local economy here and there, mostly when I've warned them about the importance of keeping up with their taxes. But they're not the most popular people. I think you could probably see why. Still, I've warned the villagers that if we're going to be the village they say they want to be, open to all, that includes even people like Bakaris, much as I hate to admit it.
While the two of them
What-
are talking, I'm gonna elbow Thus and point at the Minotaur and be like, "Is he gonna be okay?"
Oh, he tends to hyper focus, and I believe he is still mad at this young Brecker, I believe his name was Kate
Bakaris.
Bakaris. Yeah, that one. Kate, he's gone for now. I know he made you mad, and he disrespected Ispin, but he will get his eventually.
This gets back. Gonna kick that kid's ass.
Right. He doesn't.
Perhaps not.
That's very
now.
wise.
Should have waited for him.
You'll get your chance, big guy.
No.
Oh,
It's
He'll probably give you a changed cake, but you are much more strong than him.
Are none of you going to tell him?
Cake, let us take a little walk, my friend. You and I. Let me tell you of Ispin. Let's head back towards the harbor, where we were earlier.
Can we
you come
break
with me?
his legs while we're out?
Perhaps not tonight, but perhaps tomorrow.
I want to be there when it happens.
You probably will be. Please don't goad him on. We don't need him in jail.
I mean, I've known him in the later parts of his life, but that kid is the kind of guy Ispin would have made his forehead concave.
True.
He gets it.
That probably explains why he was so mad at Ispin as well and so disrespectful.
And I think as Vess and Cake head out to have their discussion, Minadora, Zafra, and Stellan get ready to bed down respective places, beds for the night. Perhaps the last thing that we see is this blue-skinned elf outside, kind of looking at the outside door of the closed door of the Brass Crab, and then very solemnly nods once, and then turns and heads off down the lane, which will bring our session of Dragonlance to a close. I'm happy to tell you all, by the way, that you have leveled to level 2.
Yay!
After this stuff.
Yay!
And so
Alrighty.
this was really, really great. I knew this was going to be a heavy role play session. We will have a little more of that. There will be mixtures. Also, I should note, you did have an opportunity to go where you wanted to explore a bit, but there will be more of that as time goes on with different places to explore and so forth. But this is sort of setting us up for, as you can see, some little moments of tension, some things that are here. And I'm excited to see how that all gets into it. But it was a real pleasure. I really enjoyed all of that. And I love the way that you're settling into all of your characters. It's really cool. In fact, at one point, I even lost track slightly of Isha because I was so interested in the other stuff going on in Venador. So it's like, Isha, I'm like, right, the Raven, right. So, I warned you that definitely I'll have to take cues sometimes, Jen, from you about that when Minadora mentions it. That's not me ignoring Isha. It's that, thinking about all the other ones that were bouncing around with cool stuff today.
I'm sure Isha was just like, I'm just going to sit here. There's
yeah,
all
it felt
the
like that.
frickin'
It felt
people.
like that.
I'm just going to be.
Yeah, no, I felt that was true too. Golden Drake, the cake is a lie. Yes, indeed. Not so much. The cake does not like lies. That's the key. This was great though. I really enjoyed this, and you had a chance to get to know the village of Vogler and the people there, who were quirky and weird, but maybe some decent people to be found in this place. And will they be under threat? We shall see. I'll start again with John and Stellan. John, I think you had a difficult role today in that you were playing a character that was connected to the events that happened, but was also observing as two Knights of Solamnia are talking to each other. And I think you did well in staying associated, like connected to the scene and part of it, without either jumping it or receding into the background like Homer Simpson style as the two knights are talking with each other. And so I give you credit for doing that. I think you did that well. I also think the story that you had was a good one. And I think you positioned the idea of Stellan as his own person. Will obviously get much more development over the course of the campaign, but also someone that has their own separate but equally important to them code of honor that is something that gets upheld. And I thought that was pretty neat. So good job in threading the needle, I would say, with some of this role play that was done today. How did you feel about the session today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, thank you. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I mean, Stellan is not as much of an outsider as Cake, but still an outsider given where he comes from. And so it's, it's kind of fun playing the wide-eyed ingenue in this particular situation.
Mm-hmm.
However, he's also very helpful. And when Bell was going to go to the knight, he's like, well, I'm kind of the only witness who can tell the real story, looking at Cake and Zafra. Nothing against either of them, but one is Cake and one is Zafra. I'm like, I think I better just go with her because she actually didn't see the fight. It was all, they came afterwards. I'm like, well, someone's got to tell this. And then weirdly, I think one of the things a monk gets is like, pick a tool set. I'm like, well, nothing here fits, but I picked the wood carving. I'm like, all right, that's going to be his thing, which is why I picked the wood.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm going to carve, and the whole, which I love, the little draconian figure, like, bam, there it is. Which I was going to use at some point. It was perfect that we had to go see the knight anyway. Like, yeah, this is what we saw. Because again, he and the other two are the only ones who actually saw them because they had this ridiculous habit of turning into dust after trying to turn you to stone. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, going along, Marie and I already had a side conversation as we were heading over there, where he was concerned about Cake and Zafra running around town, like, oh, yeah, this might be a problem. And now that he knows, because he saw it, that she can heal, that's going to be a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
And yes, I've already made up the citadel of the hills of Pryderi, and that whole thing is going to be a whole thing. So yeah, and I'm kind of playing it a little bit. That's in my pants, but I've already got things fleshed out, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I had a blast. And yeah, the hard part was coming up with what kind of story I wanted to tell, because I didn't want to tell the usual adventure daring do. I figured that would be covered, like, let's do a riddle contest. And that was fun too. So it was a very good time. I enjoyed every bit of it, and watching other people's interactions around the village and with each other was a hoot. So, good stuff.
Thank you, John. And yes, I figured that if there's a group that I could throw a tell us a story, it would be a bunch of authors and a voice actor who spends his time narrating the stories of other people and who's also is a writer himself. So I was like, I think this is, also, and Cake in his inimitable way. Like, I think he was green. But anyway, but it was.
Real quick, before
sure.
we move on, where you're going to find me, actually, I'm going to be heading down to Atlanta at the end of the month for DragonCon. Catalyst is going back there. We have demo folks there already, but Catalyst itself, we're bringing a small team over. I just got where our booth is in the very back of Hall 2, which is a little surprising, but whatever. It's been a while since we've been there. I'm looking forward to it. DragonCon's a lot of fun, so if anyone's in the area, do stop by the America's Mart and come find us. So,
good stuff. And
that is over Labor Day weekend.
Yep.
Yes. The 3rd through the 6th.
Over Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good call that DragonCon, speaking of people being crammed together, those hotel hallways. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Anyway, but thanks, John, and we will speak very soon. Moving right along, Jen, good stuff as usual from Minadora tonight. And I think the elves, you had a couple of things here with obviously your history. That was a part. Oh, thank you, Triffid. Thank you for the 77 months. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, Triffid. But so we got a chance to have the history thing, and I was a particular fan of your interaction with Yalmi, where you were just like, "Here's this story," and she's like, "Oh, like tell me more," right? The most boring village. It isn't. It's not the most boring village on earth, but she's heard those stories a million times. So getting someone who's like, "I was there," and then you launch into this exploration of what was actually going on with the Cataclysm was a big thing. And so I really was enjoying that interaction. And it'll be interesting to see how Minadora interacts not just with, the elf that she met, if she meets her again, but also how she feels about telling these stories to these other people now that the word spreads, that there are these people who are here who have all these cool tales to tell about Ispin and other things. We will see what happens, I guess, during the Kingfisher Festival. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next, Jen?
Well, first I have the riddle. See if anybody knows this one. You should remember this one, Greg.
Okay.
I have no front nor back, yet I contain flesh, bone, and blood. What am I?
Oh, yeah.
What was it?
I have no front nor back, and yet I contain flesh, bone, and blood. What am I?
Yeah, I do know
It's
this
a
one.
very old riddle.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
A bowl of soup.
I mean, technically, he's not.
I can tell you if you want.
Incorrect.
Yeah, I have heard that before. Triffid says an egg.
I gave it to you as a riddle for one of your library things.
You did. That's right. That's where I've heard this before. What was it? Because I have it in my notes.
It's a ring.
That's right.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's
Flesh,
good.
blood, and bone. That's right.
That's
right.
good.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. When I had you and Tren doing my little stress
Yeah.
test on the puzzle stuff, you gave me that
And
riddle.
the other thing I realized with Minadora is she has a charisma of 16. She may not be great with people, but based on this, she's got stories for freaking years.
Oh yeah.
She has stories, so she can tell random stories, and that's how she'll connect with people. And also she would be like, I know that's an old joke. Why? I mean, an old riddle. Why wouldn't anybody know that?
It's the most obvious one I used to hear all the time.
Yeah. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I am now intrigued by this other elf. I am mildly worried for Cake because he's got. There's a thing. She doesn't care, but at the same time, she does care. He has the quality of a child. And children need to be protected, which is, she's just like, oh, people suck. Oh, but oh, shit. I'm going to have to make sure he doesn't hurt himself. Okay, I'm going to have to make sure he doesn't hurt somebody bad enough that they have to hurt him. It's just,
There you go.
that's where I am right now. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to figuring out who Minadora is, and apparently she's a storyteller. And yeah, and where can you find me? Let's see. If you're going to Worldcon, I will be at Worldcon in Anaheim in 11 days.
11 days.
And I will see Brandon and Greg there, and I'm looking forward to it. So hopefully we should have meals together. Other than that, the rest of my travel is kind of up in the air until certain things come to pass, which are out of my control, like much of my life right now. So I'm just getting as far as Worldcon. And if you want to find me online, I'm jenniferbrozek.com. Sign up for my newsletter, get cat pictures, get renovation pictures.
Cat appears immediately.
She hears me talking and she's like, oh, that
cat
means
picture. Yes, that's me. Yes.
Yes. Otherwise, my latest Shadowrun book, Shadowrun Emery Gray, is out and is getting some pretty good reviews, which makes me very happy. Though, I always I'm not supposed to read the reviews, but sometimes you can't help it.
Yeah, it's like athletes who always say, like, I never read my. Yeah, sure you don't. Like, come on.
Yeah. Sometimes I do. I haven't gotten a bad review yet, so that makes me happy. So otherwise, I will, whenever we're playing next, sometime in September.
It's good stuff. Thank you, Jen. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing you. Prince Justin's like, you get to eat at Worldcon, looks at schedule and cries. Listen, this is your own fault for being the head of photography, okay? Not just, you're not just some schlub, okay? You're the head of photography in addition to being a Hugo nominee and all that.
I want to
So,
have a meal with you and Triffid.
yeah, I mean, like so there's got to be things, but we'll talk about it. But yes, I look forward to seeing Jen and Brandon and Prince Justin and all these people there. So I'm excited about that. Moving right along, Brandon, a couple things I want to note. I really liked Zafra's character in particular today for two reasons. Number one, the story was great, not surprising. But number two, I really appreciated the, going with Cake. I like the relationship that you're building with Cake. And I really loved, this is a sort of subtle thing, when we were having the discussion of the guy in the line and you were talking with him, and then all of a sudden you took the thing, they took his order sheet, and you're like, yeah, well, here it is. But I was just saying, like, and everyone's like, what? I love this sort of, like, it's very matter of fact. It's not malicious, etc. And that was really crystallized for me right towards the end when Minador was talking about, like, I'm a little worried about Cake and about doing this stuff, and, like, we need to, and, Cake was like, why were we going to break his legs? And Vess is like, okay, let's not do that. And Zafra's kind of like, well, Zafra's like, I want to be there when it happens. Was really funny. And it's both says a lot about Zafra, but it does it without sort of an obnoxious, like, the way that Kender too often get played is this constant woohoo woo, like, in your face all the time, and it's like everyone hates them and wants to kill them. And I'm like, that's overstating it, and it's not actually, I think, what Kender are like. I appreciate the fact that they're very open to life, very appreciative of other people's possessions that are suggestions of possessions, but not really possessions to anybody, because, and I also like the fact that deep down Zafra actually cares about people. So I really liked them in this episode, Brandon, and I wanted to give you credit for really giving some early life to Zafra that I really appreciate. I'm looking forward to seeing what else they get up to. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I am discovering so much about Zafra, and it's actually a whole lot of fun. I kind of dig that some of the elements that were, like, just flavor from the game or just kind of accidentally melding into a character that I actually really dig.
Yeah.
So, like, I liked having that conversation about, well, why do people feel kind of iffy about Kenda? Maybe they're just thieves. And, like, one of the things that I will admit I was kind of initially wary about when deciding to play a Kenda is that people have, like, the way that Kenda is constructed, rules as written, is permission to do a lot of bad stuff just for being an enemy of the table. But I already knew that it would be interesting to instead kind of consider, like, what if the relationship that Kenda have to the world is simply one of everything has value at the moment when you discover that it can be used when you need it.
Yep.
And how that plays into everything else that I already know or want to know about Zafra and what I will reveal. So that went very well. Like, I'm really enjoying sticking around with Kick. Like, one of the personal kind of things that I hold on very tightly to when it comes to RPGs is the idea that someone who seems otherwise out of it is actually the wisest of them all. So, like, I very strongly imagine that Zafra's whole thing is Cake knows exactly what's going on. Like, Cake is actually smarter than the rest of us for not talking all the time and simply just being focused on the things that he's interested in. And that's, like, that is my jam. Someone who is very into beats. I'm gonna make sure he has all the beats that he can eat. Someone
he has real moral
someone
clarity,
goes,
yeah,
like wisdom at its peak. 20 on the die roll at level 1. I am so confident that Cake is in fact the smartest one out of all of us, and I want to see that pay off at some point. Very obviously. So yeah, this was a lot of fun. I still feel obviously like there are things that I'm still teasing out about Zafra, but everything that happened in this session I absolutely adore, and I can't wait to like lean into more of those things as we discover like when this guy is gonna get like the butt of a broadsword passing through his forehead. Um but yes, hi everybody. I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. The next place you will see me is at Worldcon. 11 days is actually not a lot of time,
It's
but
true.
I will be there. If you want to hear me read, if you're going to be at LACon, not only should you come to all of the Hugo nominee panels, I'm sure so many of the other short story writers and novelists and stuff like that will also have a panel. I believe that Editor Short Form also has a panel.
I don't think so. I mean, I have a couple of panels on that, but you and I are going to be on a Skiffy and Fanty together.
Yes, we're going to do a Skiffy and Fanty live podcast. That's going to be a lot of fun. This is me also shouting out that even though Greg and I will be barely interacting panel-wise for most of that weekend, Greg is actually running a D&D game live at LACon with some very lovely people, including people that you've seen on the channel before.
That's right. Friday, and it will be Zhu Mason, Benjamin Rosenbaum, Christina Orlando, Amal El-Matar, and Shauna McGuire. So it is happening Friday, and I spoke to the tech folks about it, and perhaps even a certain photography head may be taking some pictures. So yeah, it'll be lovely. I'm going to be doing a couple panels too and a virtual reading, but I'm excited for that D&D event. Yeah.
Yes,
thank you for shouting it out.
The event will also be recorded, but if it's not, that means you had to be there to see it.
It's true.
But this is me also mentioning that I will be doing a bunch of reading stuff as well. All of the nominees in the best poem category will literally be reading their work aloud for one session, so that's going to be really lovely. Plus, I also have a reading, and I decided last minute that even though this book had been on the back burner for several years, to return to a verse novel that I've been working on and read from that. So if you want to hear things that were technically supposed to be raps, but I'm not actually going to rap them because I want you to experience the act of reading them, that's going to be very lovely that weekend as well. So yeah, if you're going to be there, that's going to be really fun. And of course, the Hugos, please root for our good friend Jennifer Brozek to take a rocket home, because I think that would be really cool.
And Brandon.
And while I also would absolutely love to have a Hugo that only has my name on it, I'm just very grateful that people were voting in the poetry in the best poem category at all. And if that does in fact reward me, I would be very, very grateful. So yeah, I think that's me.
Thank you, Brandon. Good stuff, and more to come on some other subjects with Brandon and me. But we will tell you about that soon. But yeah, co-sign Brandon, Jen, Prince Justin. I want all of them winning Hugos. All right, that's the charge. Bring back the hardware. Okay. But thank you, Brandon. Very excited to see you in about 11 days as well. Marie, wonderful stuff as always today with Vess. I think you talked about last time that Vess was starting, almost immediately began to crystallize for you a bit as a particular kind of knight, and it sounds like you went a little bit further down that path today. This is one of the reasons I was pretty stoked when you said you were going to play a Knight of Solamnia, because I knew you were going to be going to a village with an ancient Solamnia keep that was being protected by a Knight of Solamnia, and I was like, we're going to lean into the Solamnia, I'll tell you, for that. And that was great, because this sense of honor, I mean, the thing about, showing the healing, that is, as you know, it's a huge deal, because everyone's like, there are no clerics right at this time, at least not yet, or haven't been for a long time. So the idea that there's this like divine healing is like this quite literally religious experience for Becklin. And that's interesting. So there's this question of honor and loyalty and how all that stuff gets played in. The villagers and how they react, and the fact that, as you said, I think you role played this quite well, that Becklin is established so that even if they would be suspicious of Knights of Solamnia generally, they respect Becklin individually, and she has helped, in a way, color their views of the knights so that they don't hold the same biases that some of the people around them and villages around them might hold. So that was all really interesting, and it was fun to see you do your work in that area as well. Not to mention good stories, including saving Cake when Cake was running out of steam on the storytelling front. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I love today, of course, not surprisingly. It's fun getting to know all the new characters, and it's fun already seeing, like, you know, where everybody is kind of leaning, what we're thinking, and then discovering kind of how we're all working together in this particular iteration of our characters. So I'm absolutely loving it. No, I loved it. I love the chat with Salamnia. I like that John's character, whose name escaped me, Zephlin?
Stellan.
Close. I like that you went into it. It was fun to see the, you know, the growing trust already, and the, you know, for her it's like, I have a mission, and I will trust that the allies I need to be here are here now.
Right.
You know, this happened now for a reason, and these people are here. So it's no, I'm absolutely loving it. Thank you for bringing this world to life. And I'm looking forward to seeing how next session will go. That should be fun. And I'm excited too, because level 2, I think I select my paladin style, I think, at level 2.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so I'm excited to deep dive into that and figure out where I'm going to go. So thank you. And next, I will be here. I'm also going to be at Ottawa Comic Con. That's from September 11th to 13th. I am not in Author Alley. I'm like near the front entrance. I've got a really good spot there. Come say hi. Oh shoot, I forgot to order a banner and mine got flooded out. Oh, I will not have a banner. You will have to use all of your sights and senses to find me. But I will be there, and sparkly. And aside from that, here, and I look forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you, Marie. Looking forward to seeing you next month as always. Last but certainly not least, Tren, you did definitely throw me a curveball that I was not expecting when I came outside, and you were just frothing at the mouth with this thing, and I'm like, did he bite his tongue? And then it turns out it was literally got a hold of a beet. I was like, all right then. And the fact that he said, I think it was probably Zafra that said, do you like meat? He's like, beets. And everyone's like, no, I think he said beets. And it was indeed beets was actually what he had. So I was thinking about Cake the vegan minotaur. It was really funny.
I saw that.
I was like, not playing against type. But I also, the joke about the moral clarity aside, I mean, Cake is, as you have played him, slow, right? Not the sharpest tool in the shed, but has sort of basics of right and wrong that are positioned that, Ispin was not a lot. I mean, he maybe told a story or two, but he wasn't a liar. And like this guy who's some like, what the hell's this clown? Is this thing that is going to, you're like, that guy's a problem. And you can see, I don't know if it was Minadora who said it might have been Vess, the single-minded focus. I think it was Vess, the hyper focus, I think is what you referred to it as. That hyper focus does feel like a part of Cake's character. And again, there is a certain moral clarity that's associated with that, where it's like, this guy was a jackass. He was a jackass. He was acting like a jackass, and he deserved to be treated like a jackass. And Cake sort of provided us a sense of that, along with the whole, craving beats. That's going to be I have a feeling that'll be something that will come up again throughout the course of the story. Mm-hmm. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next time?
I thought today was incredibly fun. There are things that I have built into Cake's history that are going to come up. They're just going to, because they're too simple not to. Mm-hmm. And it was the point at which what's her name was like, you, a Minotaur, let's hear a story from you.
Y'all, yeah.
Inside my head, I was like, oh shit.
That's the idea.
Oh no. And it just, I was like, what interaction could he possibly have had with Isbin? And I was like, when you were like, the only time he was ever bested, he wasn't bested with Cake. He was close, damn close. He was like, he had taken out a shit ton of goblins, but just right at the end of his endurance, and like there was one goblin left that was gonna take him out when Cake showed up. and killed it. And so he was never actually bested, but because Cake saved him. And, you know, that was kind of their interaction, which is why the guy that he fought was green. So,
That's
but
really good.
that's just like, I was like, so then when Vest picks up and is like, do the thing, and I'm like, oh, good. So I just kind of pull the car out of into neutral and just so good.
This is exactly what I wanted, by the way, the reaction.
Yeah.
1 trillion%.
Oh, it's beautiful. And the guy sitting over there who said that Isbin was a liar. If other people had not been talking, Cake would have just grabbed his maul and hyperextended the dude's legs. Would have just brought it because he had his feet up on the table, and Cake was just going to bring it right down across his legs and bend his legs backwards and just be like, "You shut up," you know. But fortunately, that didn't happen.
I'm still worried about
Yet.
what Cake's gonna think
Right.
when he figures out that Ispin's actually dead.
It would have happened sooner, but as Arv said, the body was in a shroud, so
Yeah.
Cake didn't realize it was him. Yeah. So
The conversation with Vess is going to be very interesting. Just sort of
Yes, it
like, let's
will.
talk about a
Mhm.
long journey from which you don't ever come back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be, ooh, yeah, that's going to be a fun one.
He didn't want anybody to keep fooling him and not say it.
Yeah,
Just like,
yeah.
I don't know him.
I don't know that they're
Oh.
trying to
Okay.
fool him. Like, literally, they're like, you realize he's not coming back, right? Like, you know, no one's done that yet, but, you know, so.
I mean, he still has the invitation that was sent to him. It's crumpled up in the band of his kilt, but it is filthy. It stinks. It is completely illegible. The only thing he was able to read on that invitation was the name Isbin, and he recognized that, was like, okay, I got to go to Isbin. And so he started walking.
Oh.
And since Minotaur have labyrinthine awareness, you know, he knows which directions, but he knows exactly how to get there. He doesn't need a map. He knows how to get there.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember the name of the place, but he knows how to get there, and he knows where Isbin lives. So he is on him. I'm going to see Isbin, and yep, we'll see what happens. Where will people see me next? Probably here. I don't know when, because we've got Dragonbane.
We have Dragonbane on Tuesday, actually.
One more, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, back here on Tuesday. If you want to hear me before that, congratulations, you're doing it now. But, nice and simple. But my latest narration for Pseudopod, the horror podcast, is up on their site, and the link is right there. If you also go to part 1, which was posted on Tuesday, it has links to all of the previous installments in this series of short stories, which are Licking Roadkill, Last Supper, and Give a Dog a Bone. So you could go back to those and listen to them all in order, ending with part 2, which I just posted. And it's a lot of fun.
Very good stuff, and you should indeed check out those things, including the Pseudopod stuff. Very, very good to listen to it. But that is going to do it for us, or at least for this crew. I'm going to let them go. Thank you to the crew. I'll be speaking to several of you shortly. But thank you to the amazing members of Infinity and Beyond. Chat, can we get some love for Trendane Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau, for Brandon O'Brien, for Jennifer Brozek, for John Helfers. Wonderful work, INB, as always. I will see you folks. Some of you I'll see very soon, either virtually or in person, but otherwise I will see the rest of you back here next month for more of Dragonlance. Bye for now, all. Alrighty. So there we go. Good stuff. That was a lot of fun. I have thoroughly enjoyed sort of seeing this stuff get set up so far and how all of that is happening. Whoops, sorry, didn't do that quite right. I've thoroughly enjoyed that, and I think one of the things I like about this is that you got a sense of the sort of some of the world building that's kind of working here. The fact that like the gnomes and the gnome flinger and stuff like that is a part of that mix. and just the sense of who this person was, the sort of imminent threat, the fact that Vogler itself is being made into a village of people that are, they have personalities and quirky and good stuff and all that things. I'm excited to be able to see how the rest of this is going to come together over time. And as you might suspect, it's not going to be just Pleasant Village the whole time. Spoiler alert, it's not just going to be Pleasant Villages. There may be other stuff there that happens with this. So you'll just have to see how that all goes together. But that is going to do it for me for tonight. But in case you're like, oh man, I really love tabletop play, when am I going to get some more of it? I'm glad you asked, because there's more where that came from. Make sure that you are here tomorrow, Sunday, at I believe it is 1 p.m. Eastern. Prince Justin can confirm, but I believe it is 1 p.m. Eastern, when the members of Prince Justin's court, Sunday, will come back with more of the 13th Icon. This is our second community D&D campaign. One of them is the Shadow Crew. The other is Prince Justin's court. It's a lot of fun. 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. Cool. That's what I thought. That is tomorrow. You will definitely want to stop by for that and to be able to see more of this awesome crew engaged in their shenanigans. Last time they dealt with baby dragons. Not babies, but, small dragons. Who knows what they will come up to next. But definitely join the amazing crew for that, which consists of Triffid, of Kathleen DeVere, of Mur Lafferty, and Darcy Little Badger, and of course, Prince Justin as your DM. So as your DM. So please make sure that you stop by for that. Then we'll be off Monday. On Tuesday, 10:30 a.m. earlier start time will be the second session of the month for Dragonbane, not Dragonlance, but Dragonbane, with that amazing crew. You'll definitely want to stop here for that. And then at 2 o'clock, your cup runneth over if you're a tabletop fan, because at 2 o'clock, we have got more of the By the Dice Roll group playing Ghosts of Saltmarsh. We're in the last couple of sessions of that campaign, and that is that crew. So I'm excited for that group and excited to get that campaign moving towards its conclusion, because we have another campaign that's going to start up not that long after that with that group. So very excited for that. That'll be happening again 2 Eastern over on GOG.com Pen and Pixels. So there's that. And then hopefully Tuesday night, we will have the Our Vocalist with Citizen Sleeper 2. Then we'll be off Wednesday. And then Wednesday is Community D&D with the Shadow Crew, actually, I believe. So we'll have the Shadow Crew back with us, which is cool, doing Dungeon of the Mad Mage. And then Thursday, I will have either Gloomhaven with Zach Clay or the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. And next Saturday, which is Saturday the 22nd, 1 week from today, Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks makes its triumphant return. So I told you there was going to be a lot of tabletop play in August, and I was not lying. We got a lot of stuff going on with that. So that is going to be it for tonight, but we are going to do a raid, and I will show you how to do that. If you are... Oh, it's my thing doing this. Keyboard has been giving me grief lately, and it's annoying me. Okay, so there's that. Wonderful. All right, so as I was saying, if you are a sub, you're going to do, if you are not a sub, you're going to do that. Lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is Arvany Hype, and then the Arvanauts have landed. Arvany Roar, Arvany Switch, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys, when you are brought over automatically to the person that we're going to be raiding, which is going to be someone awesome that you'll find out about in just a second. But before we do that raid, I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to all of my wonderful players, and I'll come back to them. But thank you all for being here as a part of this mix. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thanks for those of you who are watching over on YouTube today. Please do subscribe to me over there. It's free for you to do that, but really helps us out. Discord is and you can get access to early content too. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky is !ArvSky. That is my Blue Sky channel, so please do join me and subscribe over there. And the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's my merchandise area. Hopefully when I get some of this character art, I can get that put onto shirts and stuff like that, and we can start putting that together. People who want to show their support for the Dragonlance INB crew. So that's our !ArvShop. !Arvtreon is the Patreon right there. Trying to build up those numbers as well. We're going to be making some changes in that Patreon coming into the next month, over the next few weeks. But, for the meantime, you can still get unique stuff there. Cool stuff for the channel and for you. So please support us over there. On the, you can also sub to the channel to get those custom sub badges and emotes. emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, including inspirations to help our players, just as Triffity Mats did today. So thank you again to Triffid for that. On the publication front, exclamation point Icarus, my graphic novel, exclamation point Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, that's my 5e adventure and sourcebook, and exclamation point Greyshade is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin Trilogy, available at that link. You can also get the audiobooks of Greyshade Renegade and Heretic at that link from our very own Trent Sparks, who you just saw, and you can get pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade coming to you from our very own Brandon O'Brien, who you also saw just now. So you can get all of that at that exclamation point Greyshade link. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well, and exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Again, continued love to the people of Minnesota, specifically Minneapolis, people of Biddisford, Maine, the people of Newark, New Jersey, the people of Memphis, Tennessee, all those battling against federal invasion and occupation. You really are doing great work. We love you. We see you. You're making a difference. Please keep it up. We will win this fight together. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Again, thank you to my wonderful mods, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, The Rising Tides, the best in the business. Thank you to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, Nonstop, JD Metters, Light and Passion, and Trendane. Thank you so much to them. And thank you so much to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Be in the Wonderland. Thank you to Golden Drake, to Jagtress, to Light as the Fox, to Light and Passion, who I know, Right, I already said Light and Passion. Thank you there. Thank you to Light as the Fox. Thank you to Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you to Naria. Thank you to Other Doc. Thank you to Pixelated Geek. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to RS Orden 1. And thank you to Unstable Deus. Thanks everyone for being here. Solid turnout. Let's keep it up. Let's build those numbers and bring people in because the more the merrier with the chats that we have in here. Thank you all so much. I will be back on Sunday with Prince Justin and Prince Justin's Court with the 13th Icon. But one last thank you to the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, of Marie, of Jen, of John, of Brandon. Thanks so much to them, and I will see you for some more tabletop play over the next week, and some more Dragonlance will be coming at you next month. Please stick around for the raid, and don't forget, we have a second raid group, a second video, I should say, an outro video here, so be on the lookout for that, which is different than the intro, so be on the lookout for that, and once that's done, we'll head over and do the raid. Otherwise, thank you all for being here. Much love, and I'll see you soon. Everyone, be good to each other. Have a good night.